Is the mic working? Oh, sorry, it's working. Hello, everybody. Can I have your attention? We're going to get started. We're just running a few minutes behind, but what's an event, right? Every event starts late, right? We're good. Okay, everybody's quiet this morning. Is it the rain? Is it the weather? I don't know. Anyways, thank you all for coming and welcome to Ideas 2022. My name is Barb Walsh and I'm the advisor for Black Centric Programming at the ANC. And I'm delighted to be your MC for today. Now, thank you, Emily, the lovely events and their lovely events team for their support of this event. And thank you also to our sponsors, the Government of Canada, the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador, the Newfoundland and Labrador Liquor Corporation, RBC, Hospitalities ML, Mary Brown's, and McInnes Cooper. We wouldn't be able to host this event without them, so we do really appreciate it. And thank you to our ASL interpreters, Heather Crane and Debbie Noftel, and to our French language interpreter, Sue Crocker and her team. Welcome those of you who are joining us live stream. We'll have opportunities for questions throughout the day, and please feel free to send any questions to our diversity team at diversity@ancnl.ca. We do have staff that will be monitoring our email and will make every effort to have your questions answered. So we have a full day planned for you all, questions, discussions, and networking. First, we'd like to start with the land acknowledgement. So with deep respect and gratitude, we acknowledge that ANC offices are located on traditional Beothuk, Mi'kmaq, Innu, Inuit territories, and newcomers to Ukdahumkuk, Newfoundland and Labrador. We commit to collective healing, true reconciliation, and land honoring. Now, each session today will have the letters of the acronym IDEA: inclusion, diversity, anti-racism. Oh, and equity, excuse me, I forgot the E. Music NL has also partnered with us to arrange 2 performances today by newcomer musicians. One will be during our lunch break and one will be afterwards during our networking session. We'll be celebrating our award winners at 12:30, and you can tell we have a pretty exciting day ahead of us. So before we get started, a few key pieces of information in case you haven't had the opportunity to scout the building. So tea and coffee are located in the back of the room. Fuel up is needed. Washrooms and accessible washrooms are conveniently located outside the door over there, or if you go through here, you make a right. Emergency exit are located at the back of the room. Also on your tables, you'll find your name tags and your lanyards within your folder. You can just use the marker, write your name on it, and put your tag on like I did. So there's also surveys we'd like you to complete closer to the end of the day. And if there's something you need, we do have ANC staff available to help you, and they'll raise their hand. So we have Debbie over there, Renata, and Sanchita. Sanchita's probably at the registration desk right now, so she's not in here, but she'll be in here a little later. So this is a very safe space to discuss and share ideas. Conversations are very important, so please do share with us. You can also share your thoughts on our social media using the hashtag Ideas2022. And also, I'm available for photos if you want to boost your likes and your clicks and stuff. Just give us a little chuckle there. Okay, so next up we have James Baker, who we call Jamie, our Senior Manager of Programs from the ANC, and he'll get us started with greetings from the ANC. Jamie?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Barb. My name is, as Barb indicated, my name is Jamie Baker. I am the Senior Manager of Programs with the Association for New Canadians, and I have line responsibility for not only their satellite office initiative, but also for the diversity initiative and, of course, the Ideas Conference here today. For over 40 years, the Association for New Canadians has been supporting and settling and integrating immigrants and providing them with the skills necessary to empower them with the knowledge and information necessary to become independent, contributing members of our community and country. We envision a province where immigrants feel welcomed and can easily integrate into the social and economic fabric, where their contributions are recognized by the greater population, and where they feel comfortable settling for an extended period. Sorry, I'm reading from my cell phone, so it's, so this is an employer-focused and community-based initiative for the diversity. Our goal is to support newcomers and to promote the value and importance of immigration in our great province. Our intent, sorry, my apologies. Our summit provides a forum to showcase the positive contributions and impact of immigrants on communities, while facilitating a large conversation about the value of intercultural awareness, inclusion, and integration of diverse groups in the province. The theme for this year's summit is inspiring creativity in a diverse workforce. And it aims to explore how organizations can move beyond hiring a diverse workforce to creating a space where employees are inspired to reach their full potential. We feel it's very important to not only promote diversity as an organization in our province, but also to provide you today with the tools to be able to help immigrants feel included, respected, and productive in their workplaces and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, I'd like to welcome Karen Stone, Deputy Minister of Immigration, Population Growth, and Skills, to the stage to say a few words. Premier Fury, Minister Byrne, and the team at the Department of Immigration, Population Growth, and Skills have taken many actions to advance immigration, diversity, and anti-racism work in this province in the last year, and have worked tirelessly to ensure that NL is a welcoming place for immigrants and refugees. Welcome to the stage, Karen Stone.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Minister Jerry Byrne is the provincial cabinet minister responsible for immigration and population growth. Unfortunately, he had another commitment outside of St. John's today, so couldn't be here. So you get me. I am a new deputy minister in this department, but very happy to be here and to learn from you. I need to say a thank you to the Association for New Canadians. Thank you for not only arranging this summit, which is so critically important, but for the work you do every single day, and most nights, I know, to help newcomers and advance their interests in Newfoundland and Labrador. This summit will act as a mini think tank, an opportunity for us to have conversations focused on newcomers and how they can not only exist but thrive in our workplaces, in our community, and society writ large. The conversations today are incredibly important and necessary because our province is fortunate to be welcoming newcomers in record numbers. Newfoundland and Labrador is enjoying the highest level of immigration and population growth since the 1970s. We have welcomed over 5,600 newcomers in the last 18 months. Over 1,250 Ukrainians have arrived since March. On December 6th, the fourth charter of Ukrainians will land in St. John's. These are people who have chosen to make Newfoundland and Labrador their homes. The evidence is plain. Newcomers are coming to Newfoundland and Labrador in record numbers. They're entering our schools, they're entering our community organizations, and our workforce in record numbers. In my own department, I have the privilege every single day of working with many talented newcomers. They hail from across the world. This is very different than when I joined government in 1995. My colleagues today are from Egypt, Iraq, India, Ukraine, Georgia, the Philippines, South Korea, Bangladesh, Poland, Jamaica, Kenya, Cuba, Brazil, and Bhutan, Canada, and the United States. They bring diverse perspective and skills to work. I learn from them every single day, and I believe I learn far more from them than they learn from me. They bring good humor. They generously share their cultures, their stories, their traditions, their good fortune, their sadness. They have heartwarming and heartbreaking things to share. They share with us their food. So much can be learned in the lunchrooms of our workplaces. We understand that their success involves educating the entire government workforce. And that's why we continue to offer intercultural competency training to all public service employees. It's the type of training that gives people a deeper understanding of the diverse cultures their coworkers come from. These offerings have become so popular within government, we've had trouble keeping up. The demand is incredible, and we are continuously expanding course offerings. The fact that this training is so popular, I think, reflects an openness and desire to welcome not only coworkers, but neighbors and friends from around the world. So together, we need to keep talking. There's still a whole lot of work to do. We need research. We need your help designing good public policy. We need your help to welcome newcomers into your places of employment. Let's keep building and contributing to what this province is fast becoming, a place where newcomers feel at home, feel welcome, are supported, have excellent opportunities, good careers, and are able to reach their full potential. I wish you a wonderful, productive, and energizing day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Stone. We are so grateful to have you here to start off this wonderful event. I'd like to share a quote from the Harvard Business Review. Knowledge sharing is key, no matter how diverse the workforce is. And regardless of what type of diversity we examine, diversity will not enhance creativity unless there is a culture of sharing knowledge. We couldn't agree more. Today is about sharing, learning, connecting, and growing with the ultimate goal of creating a province where all people feel they belong. We're starting off the day with the letter I for inclusion. Our keynote speaker of the day to look at inclusion and belonging is Shalene Knight. Shalene Knight is the author of 3 books. Her memoir, Dear Current Occupant, was the winner of the 2018 Vancouver Book Award and longlisted for the George Raya Award for Social Awareness in Literature. She is currently working on a commissioned book on Black self-love and joy forthcoming with HarperCollins Canada in 2023. Shalene is the founder of the Breathing Space Creative Literary Studio, Shalene, and represents a boutique list of clients as a literary agent of Transatlantic Agency. Welcome, Shalene Knight.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Barb, for that beautiful intro. It always makes me sound so busy when someone reads my bio, and I think, I promise you, I do have self-care. I do practice these things. So I'm really excited to share with all of you today. I think it is a great privilege to be able to share language. And so that's what I'm going to be focusing on today, but I want to encourage all of you as I'm talking, please pull out those notepads that I know you have in those folders and jot things down. If anything that I share resonates, if it is a single word, if it is a phrase, a sentence, a line, an idea, please write it down. One thing that I've been thinking deeply about is just how we are not encouraged to slow down. And so throughout my talk, I'm going to be taking a lot of breathing space. I'm going to be sitting in silence. I'm going to be taking the time and the space that I need to gather my thoughts. And I encourage all of you to do that as well. So I think, when we come into events like this, we often feel this pressure to absorb everything, to have all these key learnings. But I like to encourage folks to set an intention for themselves. What is the one thing you want to take away from today? And maybe take some time to write that down and focus on that intention instead of trying to carry everything over into the next session. So I think that can relieve a lot of the stress and pressure when we operate in that way. Okay. So belonging to me is something I think about every single day. It's something that I carry with me when I get on the bus, when I get in my car, when I show up to my job that I've built for myself. I think deeply about belonging. So we're going to be focusing today on the self and going back into the self, and that's where we're going to start today. So belonging stems from a human desire to be accepted and feel safe. As a Black female entrepreneur who explores belonging through poetry and reflective work that focuses on mindfulness, building up a sense of self, and choosing to unlearn language and actions that no longer serve me, or maybe never have, I've slowly come into a very clear sense of what it means for me to belong. And that very essence of belonging is linked to my own creativity. And because my own sense of belonging shifts depending on the space I'm in, I've had to unlearn, relearn, and revise in order to thrive in the workplace and beyond. So belonging starts with the self, and it also starts with language. So in order to be creative, one has to feel fully at home in the space where the creative act is to happen. Poet Maya Angelou said, "Living life as art requires a readiness to forgive." And she goes on to say, "I do not mean that you should suffer fools gladly, but rather remember your own shortcomings. And when you encounter another with flaws, don't be eager to righteously seal yourself away from the offender forever. Take a few breaths and imagine yourself having just committed the action which has set you at odds." And that's a favorite quote of mine, and Miss Angelou spoke often about life and living. To me, belonging is something that shapeshifts through the commitment we make to slowing down long enough to pay attention and notice the world around us and how we interact with that world and with ourselves. Do we pick up wet leaves and flip them over with curiosity? Do we allow ourselves a moment to breathe in the air when we step outside? Do we ever take our eyes off the ground and look up? For many of us in the workplace, slowing down isn't an option. The creativity and ideas that can blossom by taking a pause is off the table for most. Because we feel the pressure to rush, are we then shutting down creativity? I encourage you to slow down now and think about that. What if finding new, intriguing ways to connect, complete work projects, and even grow as an organization were all connected to leaning in with curiosity? What would happen then? When I think about Angelou's words, living life as art requires a readiness to forgive, I am truly called in to be introspective, to look through all the cracks in my own narrative first, to map, track, and investigate my own movements in the world before I look outward to begin to question the actions of others. After all, it was Bell Hooks who said, "Knowing how to be solitary is central to the art of loving." When we can be alone, we can be with others without using them as a means of escape. So the question is, how do we belong within ourselves first? Well, to start, we have to look at who we are and how we got to where we are now. This can be a deep dive, or it can be a soft opening. But whichever route you decide on, this reflective work will place your feet flush at the starting line. Creativity requires letting go. It requires self-trust. It is this mindset work that puts our old selves in competition with the new self who's trying to emerge. If we do not have the time and space to see, acknowledge, and speak to this new self, we aren't calling in all the possibilities. We zoom past the mirror without the opportunity to look into our own eyes. Who am I? Or maybe the question really is, what has shaped me? When I was a young girl, my mother, my brother, and I moved around from house to house all over Vancouver's east side, often without notice. I'd come home from school to find my mother frantically throwing things into small, flimsy, unmarked boxes and filling garbage bag after garbage bag, exclaiming, "Grab what you can. We have to leave now." My entire childhood was spent in motion. There was no putting down roots, no anchoring to a place. But back then, I thought that was normal. I felt as though I belonged because I hadn't seen or experienced anything else, and I hadn't asked anything different of myself. But as I got older, I got curious. I've been thinking about belonging my whole life, and I've been seeking it out unknowingly. I didn't see myself in any of my family members. I couldn't find the creatives, the perceptive deep thinkers, the ambitious self-starters. Was it okay not to belong here? When my brother and I were young, we often had to share a room, and I'd divide the space with whatever we had on hand. Sometimes I'd stretch a roll of duct tape down the center of the room, daring him to cross over. When there was no tape, I'd push a piece of furniture between us to allow for separation. Although I'm sure I'm not the only sibling who, when young, wanted space. But for me, it was so much bigger than that. My need for solitude is deeply connected to my being an introvert. So was that a strike against me as a Black woman? The ways in which society views introverts, shy, non-responsive, insular, does not accurately portray what an introvert needs in order to share fully without reservation. And let's pause on this thought for a second. In order to share fully without reservation, isn't that part of the definition of belonging? But reflecting on this was an indication to me that I had to remap my own journey to this particular pillar in my life. In getting to know myself, I could truly come closer to what it means to belong or not belong. And I ask again, is it okay not to belong? Growing up completely untethered from myself and my family and my environment was incredibly difficult. But looking back now, I can see it as a purposeful experience that now calls me into conversation with myself. It calls me to remind myself that belonging can be love, and that even love has to start with the self. So self-love is letting go, but it is also grieving. Can we mourn an old version of ourselves, even if it was a problematic layer that we should be glad to be rid of? I say yes, because that old self was a bridge that helped us arrive at this new space. We can't enter into a new chapter without grieving. To let go is to pull up old belief systems from the ground. But there is so much fear in uprooting. The same can be said for workplaces that don't allow for rebirth and showing up as our authentic selves. The often rigid border that keeps all the bright and beautiful colors inside can be just as colorful and bright outside the lines. Is there room to belong in spaces that we have not even created yet? Belonging is not automatic. We have to first dissect the word and sort out what it even means to us as individuals. I remember the very first time I took a writing class, and I stepped into this workshop room over a decade ago. It was late in the winter. I felt the chill in my fingertips from the hour-plus journey on public transit to get there. The room was small, but bright, and there were others already in conversation, casually flinging their jackets and scarves over the backs of the chairs. They were smiling and chuckling like they'd already shared some common bond. I can't recall a time when I felt more nervous. I spent most of the 2-hour class looking down at my paper, keeping all of my ideas to myself, locked inside like a hurricane whipping to get out. But looking back at that day more than a decade ago, I can break that experience down for its parts. I was expecting immediate connection. I wasn't prepared to feel inexperienced, in competition, or even protective of my words and how I get them down on the page. I was expecting to belong immediately, and to do so based on some outside expectation of what belonging truly was. So it's time to redefine that for myself. And this is where the understanding around belonging begins. And if you haven't noticed already, creativity and belonging are linked. They both start with the self, requiring us the time to acknowledge they are there or not there. It took me almost 40 years to realize that the rooting or the anchoring inside of my own definition of belonging needed to happen within myself first. When you think about it, how can you assess whether or not you belong in a space if you do not know intimately the layers of yourself? I am a writer, a poet, an entrepreneur. I am a woman. I am a Black woman. I am a Black Canadian woman. I am a Black Canadian woman who is also a mother, a homeowner, and an active participant in my writing community. I've built a business from nothing but an idea, a spark, even when my family thought I was in too deep or doing too much or working too hard. I built a business out of a desire to fit or to belong. I went from working an hourly job, making $19,000 a year, to breaking 6 figures in a business that I built with my own hands. I've written 3 books with another on the way. These are all things I know about myself. But when I walk into a room full of people I am meeting for the first time, all of these things fall away. The only thing visible is the Black woman standing there, her body permanently inked, her hair billowy in its natural state. She is alone in a space tethered to absolutely nothing? Can I be creative here in this room with all of you? Do I belong here? So let me fly above myself for just a minute. Let me assess the situation. So there she is, standing there. And what do we assume about her? What language do we use in our heads to build up an image of who we think she is? Who is she not? Let's think about all the ways she doesn't belong. This is what we say to ourselves first, without even recognizing we are doing it. Although I can fly above myself and hover over the room, noting that I am tethered to absolutely nothing and no one, I realize that I can have guides. I can have the words and wisdom of other Black female writers and change makers in my ear. And it's their words I want to listen to when I am completely untethered and floating in a space ultimately exposed. And although this initial self-reflective work is done in solitude, I don't have to take my next steps alone. Throughout this talk, I will reference the words and wisdom of my own creative guides. I will also slowly and intentionally investigate the language that has either held me back or hindered me from hearing the voices of my guides. Redefining certain words and phrases and making them more accessible to me as an individual is powerful. To think about how the words feel in my mouth and on my tongue, I have the poet Maya Angelou, who will remind me to slow down enough to appreciate each and every syllable, to unpack the complexities of not belonging, of breaking templates, and going after what you want, even when these movements threaten to change the mold society has built to show us how a Black woman should exist in the world. I have Miss Toni Morrison. In fact, it was Ms. Morrison who said, "Language alone protects us from the scariness of things with no names. Language alone is meditation. In slowing down and thinking about the words I use, I am closer to finding myself, closer to belonging. There is no other place to start." In 2019, I launched my own business, Breathing Space Creative. In a way, this was me entering into a new self, or coming closer to one that was always there. But in order to get there, I had to let go of old versions of myself, investigate language, unlearn, and relearn. I had to look closely at old belief systems and even do some letting go there too. My vision for this business was that I would work with writers to help them build and transform their writing processes through the lens of self-defined wellness and self-care. I wanted to create a conversation around creative life, productivity, and burnout. I mentioned earlier that in order to truly dig into this notion of belonging and creativity, I would have to turn the lens on myself and begin to look at the language that has kept me out of the conversation. I am going to define and then redefine for myself 10 words and phrases that have often initially hindered me from existing in a specific space or belonging. This is the next step. After doing that internal work of getting to know ourselves and how we got here, so these definitions are not wrong per se, but they can exclude because they do not fully express the nuances and layers of living. So these are the 10 words that I'm going to redefine for you today. Productive, rest, self-care, joy, success, diversity, racism, equitable space, home, and belonging. You'll notice that I have the words belonging and home at the end, and by the time I've finished, I think you will know why. How we use language in the workplace and with ourselves matters. Being open to rejigging and creating our own definitions becomes an integral component, not only to belonging, but to creating equitable space for others to thrive. Productive is defined as producing or able to produce large amounts of goods, crops, or other commodities. When I was the managing editor at a local literary magazine, I wanted to be productive. At the time, I had no idea that this was not sustainable because the definition or visual of what it meant to be productive, although indirectly shared, lived, and embedded in the team psyche, was not something 99% of us could achieve. Working more than 12 hours a day, extra hours with no pay, mind you, having no real structure or tools to refer to, and then came the expectation that I be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to jump up just in case there was an issue that needed my attention. This was how we as a collective not only defined the word productive, but this is how we allowed burnout to fester and continue. This not only hindered my creativity, it shut down future conversations. It meant that folks we called in to work had to come from a place of privilege because no one else could conform to the rigid workplace conditions. This was not okay for me. So how has this changed for me now? When I left the role at that magazine to start my own business, the first thing I did was ask for help. I paid an assistant for 5 hours a month, and that's probably what I spent on coffee anyway. But I wanted to start off with a sense of clarity around what I could realistically do myself and carry around the reminder that I needed to invest in myself early. Finding creative solutions in my business was up to me. And I worked hard to try to instill this in my contract workers too. We often discuss our ideas and push deeper to figure out where these ideas are coming from. We celebrate the fact that we feel comfortable enough to share our thoughts without fear or judgment. There's no shutting down. There's no staying in our lane. The word productive is now redefined by me as showing up for myself first and doing whatever it is I need to do in order to put my body's needs ahead of meeting other folks' unrealistic expectations. But this requires slowing down. During the first 30 minutes of my day, I assess, what is it that I need? Is it water? A stretch? How do I feel? Those first 30 minutes are mine, and I prioritize my top 4 tasks for the day. Everything else can wait. Fun fact, I designed a workshop from this very idea that I now offer to the public every year for free. When I am nourished, I can give back to my community. Interesting how that works. Rest is defined as the refreshing quiet or repose of sleep. This is much too general for me. This pushes people out of the conversation. I cannot begin to tell you how many times I just tried to lay down or take a nap, and how often this broad strokes approach or this broad strokes kind of advice was dished upon me. But the mistake here was rooted in not sorting out specifically what I was needing rest from. And as someone who makes important, often life-changing decisions for myself and my clients, decisions that can totally change the trajectory of an author's career, I recognize that no, I don't need to lay down. I need a break from making decisions. So rest is now redefined by me as figuring out what has taken more energy from me than it has given? And proactively planning breaks from that task or letting it go altogether. The same can be said about the POC activists on the front lines, all the healthcare workers working hard to combat this pandemic. We need rest as it is defined by us. Self-care is defined as the practice of taking action to preserve or improve one's own health. I think you're likely seeing a trend here. These general definitions force us to combine or pool our practices into one homogeneous pile that suits no one. I remember the first time I spoke openly about what self-care looks like for me. I was teaching a poetry class online at the University of Toronto, and I began talking about taking breaks from the structure of poetry and allowing our creative minds to sit inside of unstructured play. I went on to share how I had firm boundaries around my time and suggested that my students do the same. I saw the faces sitting across from me and the looks of utter confusion sitting heavy on their faces. What did this have to do with creative writing? It dawned on me that very rarely in the arts have we talked about self-care and how to build a solid foundation in order to create for as long as we'd like. Maybe I was starting that conversation. I wanted my students to have the tools they needed to hold all the craft they were learning. The self-care aspect was the container that no one seemed to offer them. Sometimes we need to just sit and do nothing. In a 2020 Guardian article about the devastating effects of his creative burnout, Benjamin Myers wrote, "Doing nothing is harder than you think. It involves saying no and suspending any sense of guilt at doing so. It involves feeling, though not necessarily being, selfish. It also means missing out on opportunities. Of course, all work is hard, and writing remains the best job in the world, even though it's not technically a job because most jobs, at least until recently, offered sick pay, pensions, workers' rights, and some degree of stability. But the perks are many, chief among them the freedom to be selfish." His words ring true to me. My self-care now is non-negotiable. It is made up of my ever-evolving boundaries, my list of energy-replenishing tasks, saying no to opportunities if they do not align with my own list of priorities, stepping back from meetings where I feel I do not have anything to contribute or nothing to ask at the time, eating the foods that give me energy, demanding fair honorariums for my work, declining to show up to events where my intersections are spliced open on the table. My self-care is focusing on all the things I have control over. Sometimes my self-care means allowing my body to lay on the grass, look up at the stars, and just be. Joy is defined as a feeling of great pleasure and happiness. Joy is a word that is definitely top of mind for me right now. I am currently writing a book on joy. To just say to myself, joy is a feeling of great pleasure and happiness, I immediately exclude many experiences that only have a hairline crack of joy poking out. It excludes all of the experiences that were stemmed from something or some of the most tumultuous times in my life. Redefining and mapping joy, especially my joy as a Black woman, is taking me an entire book to sort through. The most important bit I've learned so far in writing a book on Black joy is that this is lifelong work. And that tells me that this work of belonging will take just as long. So we are now halfway through my revision, and I want to take a brief break to call on my guides. We all know that the late Toni Morrison spoke often about the power of language and how it could never really pin down the nuanced layers of life. This is what I am calling in right now. Although I am excavating the generality of these words left on all of our doorsteps, it is the act of the subtle tweaks and the elegant sculpting and stringing together of the self-defined compilations that make us feel closer to belonging within the self. So I cannot agree more with the following excerpt from Toni Morrison's 1993 Nobel lecture. The systematic looting of language can be recognized by the tendency of its users to forego its nuanced, complex, midwifery properties for menace and subjugation. Oppressive language does more than represent violence. It is violence. Does more than represent the limits of knowledge. It limits knowledge. Whether it is obscuring state language or the faux language of mindless media, whether it is the proud but calcified language of the academy or the commodity-driven language of science, whether it is the malign language of law without ethics or language designed without estrangement of minorities, hiding its racist plunder in its literary cheek, it must be rejected, altered, and exposed. It is the language that drinks blood, laps vulnerabilities, tucks its fascist boots under the crinolines of respectability and patriotism as it moves relentlessly toward the bottom line and the bottom out mind. Sexist language, racist language, theistic language, all typical of the policing languages of mastery, and do not permit new knowledge or encourage the mutual exchange of ideas. And with that, I go back to my revision. Success is defined as the accomplishment of an aim or purpose. That definition to me limits the everyday celebration that I deserve to embody when I climb out of the many holes of oppression that I've been pushed into. So success for me can be saying no to free labor. Success for me can mean changing someone's mind as it relates to their inherent privilege. I redefine this for myself simply as exceeding daily intentions, no matter how small they may seem. My success is also a lifetime commitment to myself. Diversity is defined as the practice or quality of including or involving people from a range of different social and ethnic backgrounds and of different genders, sexual orientations, etc. And I think this is my main issue with the word and the definition connected to diversity. There is a what, but there is no how. So diversity cannot exist without equity and inclusion, the action part of the equation. There are words within the definition that need defining. What does it mean to practice diversity? What does quality of including even look like? The definition of diversity in this abrasive context feels like a kind of violence, just as Morrison shared in her lecture. It must be rejected, altered, and exposed. Instead of redefining this word, I choose to leave it here, bare, naked, and unaltered. I leave it here, exposed. Racism is defined as prejudice, discrimination, directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. But racism can also sit inside of the micro. Racism can also be indirect. Racism can be, as Dr. Eduardo Bonilla Silva describes, as colorblind racism that expresses itself in less overt ways than past generations have experienced. In a 2014 interview with C-SPAN, he confirms that we don't need an extraordinary situation to call out racism or to realize that discrimination happens because it happens every day. When it comes to how white people react to being called racists, The defensiveness comes from that good, bad person binary, which needs to be unlearned first. Dr. Robin DiAngelo, author of White Fragility, says, "The problem with white people is that they just don't listen." In my experience, day in, day out, most white people are absolutely not receptive to finding out their impact on people. There is a refusal to know or see, or to listen or hear, or to validate. She goes on to say, "I want to build the stamina to handle the discomfort so we don't retreat in the face of it, because retreating holds the status quo in place, and the status quo is the reproduction of racism." So I say again, this work starts with the self. I personally commit to consistently looking at this word and redefining, altering, exposing. Equitable space in the workplace is defined as space where all people feel welcome, safe, comfortable, and able to fully participate in the conversation. I remember listening to an Instagram live about Black Joy, and Dr. Yaba Blay said, in reference to her experience with white folks wanting to help out of sheer discomfort, and her response was, "It can't be fixed, so just be quiet." This was revolutionary to me. Yes, just be quiet. But I also do not want white folks to be quiet when their intentions go above and beyond reliving or relieving their own discomfort. When it comes to wanting to help create equitable space, ask yourselves, what is my true intention? Why do I want to do this work? Is it so that I, the helper, feels more comfortable? Or do I want to do this work as a way of stepping back and allowing someone else a little bit more space? So I'll leave you with 30 seconds to think about that question. Why do I want to do this work? In 2018, I was part of a big literary event in Ottawa where I spoke openly about my upbringing and even my experience with direct and indirect racism. Myself and the other two panelists and the moderator were all women of color. One white person in the audience stood up and said, "Why do you people make everything about color?" The room went quiet. No one said anything. Now, there could have been two things that could have happened here. One, we, the panelists, could have taken on more emotional labor to address this question, which would have just meant digging deeper and deeper into this hole and feeling degraded and exhausted afterwards. Or another white person in the audience could have stood up, flagged the question as inappropriate, and steered the conversation elsewhere on our behalf. That is what I would say creating equitable space can look like. Creativity is connected to taking initiative. Do we ever encourage this? How? Home is defined as the place where one lives permanently, especially as a member of a family or household. At the time of delivering this talk, I will have been a homeowner for almost 1 full year. This is not something I could have ever imagined for myself, but it happened because of the hard yet necessary reflective work and redefining that I've been working on for years. Home to me is taking the other 8 words I just described for you and having them at my disposal. Home is the ability to be productive in my own way, to be able to rest as defined by me, to take care of my own individual needs and experience happiness, even if these moments are small and tethered to pain. Home is celebrating my success on the daily amongst all of the blurriness connected to what diversity is and how racism affects me and my communities every day. Home is showing up as my authentic self and feeling safe to do so. Belonging is defined as an affinity for a place or situation. So in describing and redefining home, I find belonging. In describing and redefining belonging, I find home. Letting go of old beliefs has not only allowed me a seat at various tables, this work has assisted me in holding space in ways that make sense for all the layers of myself that through this self-reflective work I've come to get to know. I can, nourishingly and lovingly, build tables for others to pull up their chairs. Turning inwards, as I've shared here today, is the first step to belonging. It starts with the self. You cannot skip this work. I am a writer, a poet, an entrepreneur. I am a woman. I am a Black woman. I am a Black Canadian woman. I am a Black Canadian woman who is also a mother, a homeowner, and an active participant in my writing community. In closing, I leave you with the words of my guides. From Maya Angelou's most famous poem, Still I Rise. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may tread me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. So let these words carry you into your own understanding of belonging. Think deeply and consistently about how belonging connects to creativity inside and outside the workplace, and how all of this work must be connected to the self. And although the inane, often desperate desire to belong can take over, we have to call ourselves and our words into the room because, like Morrison said, if we had no language, we'd have nothing. Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shalene. That was deeper than I expected it to be. And I've certainly made about, I think, 6 or 7 pages of notes. And you've opened my eyes, and I'm sure everybody else in the room today, by looking at things differently. And I think the takeaway from what you said is the belonging and self-love and finding home and redefining, recreating your story. Thank you so much. And we'll all be looking forward to your next book in 2023. I'll send you my all right, everybody, it's time now for a short break. Oh, questions. I am so sorry. We're going to give about 10-15 minutes for some questions. Shalene, do you want to? She's got the mic. Shalene, do you want to come back up? My apologies, Deb.
No? Okay, now we're on. So I'll come around. Anyone that has a question, just let me know, and I'll come around and bring the mic so that you'll be able to ask questions, and we'll be
Yeah.
checking for questions from home as well.
Questions or comments as
Or
well.
comments.
You know, whatever comes to mind.
So,
Don't be shy.
don't be shy.
I have a question. Okay. You don't need you. My voice is loud enough. What made you come to your own discovery, and what was your epiphany moment to change the way that you were programmed in the past year?
Yeah, a beautiful question. And I think because I've thought about belonging for so long, whatever space I happened to be in, I had to restart and relearn every single space that I stepped in. So for me, this idea of belonging was rooted in the self. There was so much that I actually had control over. As a professional in publishing, as someone who, wants to help other writers succeed, as someone who started and built an equity and inclusion committee within the jobs that I used to work in, this idea of belonging was always on the tip of my tongue, and I never had an answer for it. So entering into these various spaces is what allowed me to go deeper and to go back into the self and start redefining some of these dry terms. Yeah, so that's a wonderful question. Thank you. Don't see any more questions, comments, ideas.
Question. All right, over here. We do need the mic so that the interpreters can hear. There we go.
So this is very related to Barb's question, but on the, like, I guess your idea or definition of belonging, is this a state or a feeling that is constantly changing depending on the environment you're in, or is it kind of something that's now instilled in yourself? It's in words rather than like you just have it there now, or is it still something that is changing depending on where you are, for example, this space or coming to Newfoundland or whatever?
Yeah, I think it's always in action. This idea of belonging is always moving, but the belonging that you build within yourself, that's constant. That's the one constant that you can kind of rely on. But I think when we enter into new workspaces, again, there's that restart button that we have to press, and we have to figure out how we belong in this space, but we often don't know what that can look like. You know, you start over in a new country, a new neighborhood, a new whatever. There's this unlearning that has to happen to make space for these new ideas and new definitions. And so I feel like it's work that happens all the time. But once we've done this belonging with the self, that's one part of the equation taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, I really appreciated all the insights that you shared, and one of the thoughts that came to me as I listened to your story and your evolution and your unlearning and relearning of these words and what they mean was, how do we translate that as parents? Because we parent from our brokenness and our healing. So in your own experience, how do you give your child or your children this sense of self and awareness and belonging that they can kind of navigate life with? How do we, it's one thing for us as adults, but how do we shape our children with these ideas that you've shared with us?
Yes, another beautiful question. And I would say allowing children to see the misalignment, allowing them to see how you don't belong, and showing them that this is okay. This idea of belonging, again, is not automatic. You're not going to enter into a space or a state of being or a way of living and automatically fit in, right? So also mirroring this practice to children, I think, is really important, and showing them how to redefine certain words and showing them how to ask the right questions. And I think belonging, especially when we look at young people today, you know, moving into the workforce, it's a different way of communicating. We're all virtual, we're online, we're doing these different things. So feeling or being in a space and picking up on an energy might not even be possible. So teaching our kids how to read a room, how to play into energy, how to show up in a way that makes them feel good, knowing that they don't have to conform to something that was handed to them. They can build their own templates for how to show up. It's a conversation I have with my son all the time. Whether or not he's listening, I don't know, but it's something I think about for sure. Great question. Thank you. I can hear the weather out there. Like, I brought the West Coast rain, I'm sorry.
Hi. Okay. There's a question that's often asked to people who may I say, look like you by the dominant culture.
Right.
And it's quite prevalent in Newfoundland, but it can happen in Vancouver as well. And it is a loaded question. And the question is, where do you come from?
Yes.
And meaning that someone like you couldn't possibly be from here. How do you answer that question, or how would you?
Ooh, it's funny. I curated a panel on that very question. And it was called Being Black in Vancouver, Where Do You Come From? And it was a 2-hour panel. We came no closer to the answer to that question in those 2 hours. But I think, you know, that question is often asked, and not out of a place of hurt or pain or wanting to cause harm, I think that question is generally asked out of curiosity. I can always pick that up when I'm having an exchange with someone. But I think the way we navigate that question is we, on the receiving end, must be okay with whatever answer we receive. And so what I usually find is I'll be asked that question, I'll give my answer. The answer is not good enough. The answer can't be right. Let me keep digging and poking. And what that does is it creates a lot of anxiety for the other person. So for example, my mother is Black, my father is South Asian, right? So there's these two components. But not growing up with my father, I don't have a lot of answers to these questions that I'm always asked. And so I'll give my answer. I was born and raised in Vancouver, never lived anywhere else. That should be the end of that conversation. It never is. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right.
Do we have anyone else?
Feel
Yeah,
free.
over here.
Great.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm not a common face yet. I'm still new in the town. I think I'm roughly 5 months in Newfoundland. So I'm one of the new Canadians in Newfoundland. I'm Alan from East Africa, but now a Canadian. This is a very interesting topic, very interesting topic. If where I come from, where I was born, if I'm with Chelene, and or if I take a picture with her, and they see her, they wouldn't say she's Black. They would think she's white. I mean, even if she goes to where I was born, and we're moving around the village, foxes will treat her as white. So she will be treated special because they think she's white and she's lauded and she's so much educated. She went to Harvard, blah, blah. So now, as a new person in Canada, as a new face in Canada, I've seen there's a lot to learn. In fact, such forums are there to teach us, some of us, who are still new into the system. I also wanted to comment on a friend of ours. She said something of a question that I like mostly in a week I find this question whenever I'm moving around downtown, where you find someone ask you, "Where are you from?" I encounter that question so many times. But I thought at first, the first two encounter when someone asked me, I thought it's me. No, this question is being asked to everyone. Surprisingly, I was at some bar, I won't mention the name, and these are two white foxes. Two white foxes. Now, for me, it's hard to know where this one came from, where their grandparents came from. And then they had this scuffle, a Cold War. Then after, one came to me and said, "Oh, that Irish, I don't like him." Then I'm like, then I was like, "Hey, sorry, I thought you guys are the same." He said, "No, I'm British. My grandfather was British, he's Irish." It's okay. So the question of where you come from is not only addressed to Black people, it's across. So these are very interesting things that experiences that I've encountered. And I know I'm yet to encounter more. So I'm happy to be part of this forum, and thank you for your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I think, yeah, and I think that's what's beautiful about this opportunity now is we can have conversations like that and we can share experiences and these varying ways of coming into questions like that and how we navigate it. I think it's forever fascinating to share space and to work through some of these complex ideas in a safe space like this. So thank you all for having me. Thank you.
One more question, Barb. What? We have one more question. I wasn't fast enough.
I'm back.
Hi, thank you. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this question, so I hope it makes sense. So you mentioned that when it comes to belonging, it first starts with kind of like your own self-reflection, what belonging means to you. But I know that when belonging, it's like it's not just belonging within your own self, but also belonging within a specific community. So what if you're ready to belong, but the community is not ready to include you yet? So is it something that's kind of like you have to do on your own, like try to belong as much as possible? Or is it something that's more collaborative? And what if you come across communities that do not want to include you? Communities, a group of people, they might be very nice. I find there's a big difference between a group of people that really nice to you, treat you with respect, but they don't see you as someone part of your community. So how do you kind of like navigate that, you know? Like you're ready to belong, but does the community want to include you?
Exactly. A beautiful question again. And I think that's, again, the work of the self has to happen within that community too. So how do we do that? How do we encourage other folks to do that reflective work? And again, it's through conversation like this. The more we're talking about it, I mean, for the most part, most folks would never think about belonging with the self first. They would think about how can I outwardly create a welcoming space, and what they think might make a welcoming space might not make a welcoming space for you. So when you're clear about what this looks like for you in this current state of your, your loving and your living, whatever that looks like for you now, how do we communicate that to these communities so that they can pick up on some of that and say, wow, for this human being to belong, they want these things. I never would have thought about that. So this kind of butting of heads, or this not belonging, also is deeply connected to not having these conversations. So if we can have a safe space, even in our workplaces, to begin to unpack this and talk about it, I think that's, the best step forward. And I've done lots of presentations, and I've been part of lots of events where we talk about things like this. And when it comes, time for the question period, everyone gets nervous, right? So we have to do the work of creating the space where it's okay to make mistakes in this room. It's okay to say the wrong thing, but we're going to talk about what happened, and we're going to do so in a safe space. So I love it. Thank you so much for that question. I appreciate you. Oh, okay.
Encourage the questions. So it's
Bring them
great.
forward. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the session. I was not sure if I would ask this question, but there are situations like mostly in here I found communities that were very inclusive and diverse, and everyone was so welcoming when I first came here. But when I started working in downtown, it was a different scenario for me. There was a few situations where some people would come and they were drunk, and like I remember one of the times one person talked to my coworker, and he said to her, she was a woman from Bangladesh. I'm also from Bangladesh, and so mostly he assumed her as Indian, and that person, when working in that time, he used the F words to her and said, "You Indian, go back to your country." And so I was shocked to that situation, and since then I was wondering how we can approach to the situation, since you've been to similar seminars, and you must have had similar discussions, and I know that it can be difficult for individuals to react to that situation, and I wanted to know your thoughts on how you can counter that situation so that it can go down peacefully, and besides raising awareness to that situation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for trusting the room with a question like that. I really appreciate that. And I think, again, focusing on what we have control over is important, especially in a moment like that when something happens. Our response or our reaction to that becomes really important. Do we feel safe enough in that moment to do anything? That would be the first question. And I think, again, it's the self. What do I want to happen right now in this moment when I have been verbally assaulted? What do I do with that? And I think for the most part, we don't know. We don't know how to combat that, but we do have control over how we respond. And then what I like to do is, and I've experienced this quite a bit. I'll take some time, I'll slow down, I'm out of the situation now, I'm gonna reflect on what just happened. And how did I feel in that moment? What do I wish could happen? And how can I take that compilation and that reflective work, and how can I share that again with community in different spaces in hopes that that kind of creates an unlocking to this puzzle that we're trying to figure out. So again, it's careful and kind conversation, but I think in those moments, protecting ourselves is probably the top priority, and removing ourselves from that situation, knowing that that offering or that exchange was likely not coming from a place of love. But I always think, what brings people into this particular moment to do something like that? So again, it comes back on us in terms of compassion and, figuring out what someone else's life path looked like. And I think it's that work and those discussions that bring us a little bit closer to hopefully alleviating some of those moments. Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. We have more questions? Great.
I hate to see you walk and come back, Shalene. That's it? Any more questions?
We good?
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you,
All right,
everybody.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shalene. I've learned a lot from you and ways to, tackle certain things. And as far as I know that your question just now, since living here in Newfoundland for the past 3 years or so, a lot of people have come to me with the same issues about, overt racism and saying things like that. Originally coming from Toronto, racism is everywhere, I say, but I find that it's a little new in Newfoundland. The diversity is happening, is expanding. So having people like Shalene to bring this to us and to help us in our everyday movement when it comes to inclusion, belonging, and racism. So Shalene, again, thank you so much. And again, we're gonna get your book next year when you let us know. Now we're gonna have a short break to refill our beverages and have a snack. We'd like to say thank you to McGinnis Cooper for being our breakfast sponsor, and we definitely cannot underestimate the value that caffeine brings to us in the morning. So if we can be back here for our diversity panel at Debbie, is it still 10:45? Debbie, Renata, is it still 10:45? Because I know we're just 10:45, right? Okay, breakfast is over there. All right, perfect. All right, everybody, 10:45, and breakfast is to the left. So on the back of your folder, there's a label there. That's just for your name, for you to keep track of your folder if you want to put your name on that. Thank you. They, yeah, when they come back. Hello, everyone. Can we make our way back to our seats? We're about to get started. I know, TJ. I don't know what he looks like. That must be TJ. TJ? Okay, cool. I just waiting for you. Go ahead. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. So I think we are recharged and ready for our diversity panel. I'll introduce you to our panelists for today. First, we have Isaac Adjuan. Isaac? Isaac is the CEO and founder of Metrics Flow, a privacy-friendly cookieless analytics software for enterprise teams. He holds a bachelor in electrical engineering from Memorial and is the board of director at the Canadian Marketing Association. Welcome, Isaac. Next up, we have TJ Jones. TJ is the founding consultant of Full Picture Management, filtering his business and HR education through 20 plus years of lived experience and almost a decade of 2S LGBTQIA plus community advocacy here in NL. TJ supports organizations in expanding their capacity to meaningfully include and serve the 2S LGBTQIA plus folks. He's worked with St. John's Pride. He helped co-founded Trans Support NL and currently volunteers his time as a 2S LGBTQ plus rep for St. John's Inclusion Advisory Committee. Welcome, TJ. Quite a bio there. I keep going, a book. Up next, we've got Jeffrey Normore. Jeffrey has worked for the last 3 years with CCRW, a national non-for-profit whose mission is to make employment more accessible for people with disabilities. 41% of CCRW's workforce identifies as having a disability. Jeffrey currently manages their digital operations. Jeffrey also serves on the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador's Accessibility Standards Advisory Board. Welcome, Jeffrey. Up next, we have Dr. Purviklan Palagar. I'm trying to say that, I kind of make He is the CTO and co-founder of Nuklik Biolics, Inc. He is originally from Hyderabad, India, and moved to Canada to pursue his PhD at MUN. He holds a double master's degree and over 12 years experience in the field of molecular biology. During this time, his contributions were published in various peer-reviewed articles. Dr. Palagar's partner, Dr. Nikita, couldn't be here with us today, but we are happy that you could join us, Dr. Palagar. Up next, we have Cindy Whalen Purtell. She is the live-in owner-operator of the Georgetown Inn and the Edwardian Tea Room in St. John's, moving home at the age of 52 to initiate the lifelong dream of owning and running a bed and breakfast inn. She is a half-decent baker. She's probably really great, but and can make a mean breakfast. She blissfully devotes her time to her guests to provide them with a welcome stay in a comfortable setting with good food, good recommendations for not to miss experiences and down-home traditions. Welcome, Cindy. And now I'm delighted to welcome our moderator for the diversity panel, Megan Felt. Megan is a partner in McInnes Cooper St. John's office with a practice specializing in immigration law. Megan is a member of the Law Society of Newfoundland and Labrador and the Canadian Bar Association. She is the current chair of the CBA NL Citizenship and Immigration section, where she also participates in submission drafting and editing in conjunction with the CBA for new developments in immigration law. In addition to her daily practice, Megan is involved with the firm's pro bono program offering immigration legal services to individuals in need. Megan frequently writes legal knowledge pieces on her new developments in immigration legislation and policy. Megan, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Is this working? It should be. Is it working now? Oh, I think it's working now. It took a couple of minutes. So thank you, everyone, for having me here today. We have a really interesting group of people. I'm excited to have a great chat and see where we go with this. I'm your moderator today for the Diversity and Creative Thought panel. So without further ado, I guess we'll just get started. Since we have the intros done, we don't need to do that. But what I'd like to do is, I guess, hear from each of you about your professional and personal, I guess, work or history with diversity work. We can start with, we can go around the room.
You're over there. Okay, so can everyone hear me? So my experience and involvement with diversity has to do with running a startup. So we do have a small tech company here in Newfoundland called Matrix Flow. And so the journey of going and building a company as a Black entrepreneur and one of the less than 2% of venture-backed companies in the world, learning through the process of navigating the difficulties of being a Black entrepreneur and building a business is where my experience comes from. And so it's more of a lived experience than working in the profession.
For myself with CCRW, so our focus is supporting job seekers with disabilities as well as supporting employers in accommodating and creating inclusive workplaces for people with disabilities. And so I have experience working on the job seeker side of things here in St. John's. And it's always a really interesting conversation to be having because it's similar to what we were saying in the keynote of a lot of it is just like thinking differently. And so now in my current role of manager of digital operations, we're approaching the technology we use and introducing different digital tools that we can use to reach more job seekers and more employers, and approaching it with that accessibility lens. And it is always fun to be on a call with a vendor and say, like, what are the accessibility features of this? And the salesperson to kind of spin out and be like, oh, I wish I had the developer here. So, but it's an important thing to kind of have that disability consideration, I would say, in the last 3 years, as well as like my own personal experience as someone who has ADHD, it's really kind of just saying, like, what is our end goal of what we want to achieve, and what are the flexibilities we'll take to get there so that everybody can participate how they want to participate but still achieve those results.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my experience working in the diverse environment started right away from my academic career back in from the past 10, 12 years. I've had an opportunity to work in different labs and different international research institutes where they do have a different lab groups with diverse people. I remember during my PhD, I have a lab group of people coming from 8 different countries. Out of 9 people, we are of 8 different cultures there, working together and working on a kind of a similar kind of a topic and sharing ideas and thoughts. And that also we, taking it to the current, our company, we also try to incorporate the same thing in our company. Even it's a small group, we try to incorporate those things, which started back in, started from academic career. yeah, that's a major experience for us.
So I think for me, I bring a lot of lived experience to the conversation, like a lot of us on the panel, but I've been out for about 20 years. Before I transitioned in 2017, so I was assigned female at birth. I was pretty out there. People knew me as kind of like the local Butch Dyke. That was how I identified myself, the language I used. But I think with the lived experience side of things, it's given me a lot of insight being that representative in any given space of, you know, being so out, being so open. I was always the one to ask questions. How do we create more inclusive space? That kind of thing. So I decided to make my career out of it. I went to school and did business management and focused on HR to try and make workplaces more inclusive for queer and trans workers. So since then, I've worked with a lot of different organizations here. I feel kind of like our keynote, you know, my intro is like, I'm not that busy. I work in the basement with my partner and our cat, and it's a pretty chill space. But I think that, you know, a lot of what I try to bring is to ethically and responsibly bring the considerations for queer and trans folks into spaces. So I think that's probably the focus of my experience with diversity work.
Wow, this is really intimidating, I've got to say. I'm sitting here with some really dynamic people. So for me, I'm an innkeeper here in St. John's, and I'm, you know, female. And for me, it was an early stage entrepreneurial venture for me with late stage in life. So new city, new province, new industry, and I'm a bit more boots on the ground, I guess, for me, was that we needed to hire. And there was a lot of unavailability to hire in the workplace. And so I've always believed in inclusivity in everything in my life, and I've raised my children that way. So we decided that we were in what's the word I'm looking for? A unique work environment, and we felt that someone who maybe would struggle working in a traditional work environment might fit very well in our work environment because of the nature of our business. So we had the forethought, I guess, my husband and I, to reach out to various organizations across the city, Bridges to Hope, the Autism Society, and a couple of others, and we were fortunate enough that we were able to hire 2 of our team through the Autism Society. So we feel very fortunate, and that's kind of the main reason I think I'm here.
We need more
Thanks.
people like you.
Yeah, that's awesome. So thank you everyone for that. So what we'll do is we'll go on to our first question. I'm really interested to hear what all of you guys have to say about this. So what are some creative ways of ensuring that, you know, that you have a diverse staff or client base? And how do you ensure that, that you're attracting diverse talent to your workspaces, or at least reaching all audiences? Yeah, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, how do you ensure? That is a interesting question, because I feel like both for any company or for any organization, both the external and internal communication should align when we are promoting or looking at that one. It starts right away from for a company like us, like it starts from the job ad. It should also should reach to the variety of audience. It should consider there shouldn't be a points like, you know, there shouldn't be a language bias or something. I used to, I don't know, still I see some places there, okay, we are looking for a hiring some job like saying guru, okay, looking for the ninja and a rock star. Like there are some people thinking that, okay, they are looking for the male participants, not for the female ones when you say. So this kind of language bias is also has to be taken care of. And there are many things which they can start. As I said, like the both external and internal communications should align. So when it comes to the job thing, ad is one for the external one, but internally, it should start right from the top to the bottom. I mean, when we are promoting it, we should make sure that the hiring manager should believes in the same thing and they follow, and we should make sure that we empower the skills to train them, and also conduct that kind of a training or workshops to teach them about what the organization believes in with the aspects of diversity, equity, or inclusion. And additionally, time to time taking the feedback from the employees about their concerns and how the working culture within that one. Is there an improvement need that needs to be done with aspects of, apart from the technicalities, I'm talking about the aspects of diversity, equity, and inclusion. These feedbacks will make a big difference, and continuously changing those, making those amendments in the work culture would also help to ensure that you are maintaining a certain diversity in your workplace.
Building off of that, I think what you said is really great. I always say it's kind of like if you meet someone for the first time and you invite them over to your house, you're not just going to kind of open the door and say, come on in. Ahead of time, you're going to make a plan and prepare yourself to give them a great experience so that they enjoy it and want to come back to your house and spend time with you. And so I would say the workplace is the same way. You have to do that preparation work. And it's great because all of you are here today doing that preparation work. But consider who back in your workplace also needs to be doing this work to create that experience so that people will want to come to you and come to your workplace, whether it's to work or whether it's clients. I think a good creative thing you can do if you're looking to attract either clients or workers with disabilities is consider the barriers that are there in the process. On your hiring page, do you offer alternate formats of the job description? If you have an accommodation policy at your workplace, have that directly on the hiring page. Don't make a footnote on the bottom. And then even same on the client side of things, when you're doing your onboarding conversation with a new customer or a demo of your product or an info webinar about your organization, in the sign up or the meeting invite, make sure you ask, like, do you require any accommodation to participate in this, so that you remove those barriers and give them the ability to fully participate in what you are offering. And then I would say, other than that one, it would be keeping it always in the conversation. Because often it's kind of that once a year HR check mark. We did that. You reviewed the policy, or that's an HR thing that HR owns. But make it so that there's no questions in the workplace of what happens when someone requires an accommodation.
I'd like to add as well, I think there needs to be equality of pay. That the pay needs to be based on the job, not on the person doing the job. And I think it's really important that we recognize when somebody has a tough job to do. Like, I have 7 toilets to be cleaned in my house. And I don't know about you guys, but not everybody wants to clean 7 toilets. So, and sometimes on a daily basis. So it's, you've got to value the job, and then yes, accommodations are important, but you've got to realize that everybody does a job a different way. We all do. We all do things differently. And someone's idiosyncrasy with regards to cleaning a toilet might be different than somebody else's idiosyncrasy regarding cleaning a toilet. And so that training comes top down. And I think it's really important that you value the job and not the person who's doing the job.
Yeah, just to add to the points that has been already said, I think for me is the culture, creating the culture that fosters diversity. And that approach needs to be very intentional. I think the organizations need to communicate that, make sure that all stakeholders within organizations understand diversity, training, and also making sure that when there are issues or when people have concerns, there are safe spaces to be able to communicate those. There are safe channels to communicate concerns, and also just open dialogue and making sure that people can feel safe to share their views. I've been part of 3 different, I would say, cultures. One from academia, where I was a student at MON. I was the only black in my electrical engineering class, and what really helped me then was I could see the teachers and the students didn't really care about what I looked like, or like my life partners. We all just worked as a team and worked on projects. And while I was in the workforce, I could also see 2 kinds of cultures. There were companies I worked for that they were great. I went there and you could see people from different backgrounds, they brought different perspectives into the workforce. And I worked for one particular one, which was the largest, one of the largest in Canada, and I was the only black in the organization. And you could also see the culture. The white folks would ask me during like coffee chats, and they would ask, where am I from? They'll ask for my PR status. They will ask if I'm a Canadian citizen. They'll ask, when am I going back home? And so you could see that there's a different sense of understanding of diversity depending on the kind of groups that exist within the workforce. And also now in venture capital, where I'm working more around trying to grow a startup, you could also see the diversity, the lack of diversity in venture capital as well. About 93% of it is controlled by white men, about 3% or 2% is controlled by white women. So you still have a race that controls about $70 trillion in venture capital. So again, when you look at all the different segments of the organization and the workforce, there is still a lot of work I feel that can be done. And the way we need to do it is just to continue to have this dialogue, continue to be intentional about how we make changes, and be intentional also about how we communicate them as well.
So much, everyone, for sharing both your personal and your professional experiences. So we'll move on to the next question. Are diverse workplaces more conducive to creative thinking and problem solving? And how does diversity inspire creative thought processes within your organizations? Anyone want to start?
I'll start. Particularly with us, it kind of it helps us create policies and procedures. So sometimes you put your head down and you focus on something and you think one way. And to have somebody who thinks creatively is a great asset to your team, because they can, bring to the table maybe ideas and products and services that you wouldn't have incorporated into your line of business. And so I think that could be I think that's for us, that's definitely something that's happened.
Definitely a value add, absolutely.
I think sometimes something that's helpful for this conversation is the idea that when you're not part of that dominant culture, you kind of have to create ways to see yourself represented in the spaces that you exist in. You have to create your own sort of publications, access to information, all kinds of different things. And as a result of that, you end up with what I like to consider a bit of a silver lining, I think, to not being a part of dominant culture, is you end up with more innovative ways of thinking. You end up challenging that status quo just by your, the very nature of your existence. So you have to kind of come up with different ways to make yourself feel safer in spaces, but also feel actively included. And I think one of the things that I'd like to kind of, give a bit of a shout out to, again, to our keynote speaker, the idea of creativity is connected to taking initiative, but I think we can have access to that innovative ways of thinking, or those innovative ways of thinking. We can have access to the different perspectives, but we have to create the space where folks feel safe in actually sharing it and taking that initiative to put it on the floor and to kind of bring it to the table. Because a lot of the times when you're not part of that dominant culture, a big fear is, if I speak up, I'm going to only be seen for what makes me different from everybody else. So we have to create the culture and the space that allows people to actually tap that creativity. We can't just look at it as a way of, let's capitalize on different perspectives. We have to really create the environment that supports people and feeling able to bring it and share it. That's my moment there.
And I think that kind of goes to what you were saying at the previous question around the pay. It's really good to bring those voices into the room so that you are building an inclusive product or service, but ensure you also compensate for that unique viewpoint that they are bringing to it. In the same way, if somebody came with a PhD, they're a thought expert in this area, they'll probably be compensated for that. We need to do that as well when we're inviting people of different backgrounds into the room to lend their view to the kind of plan or direction, because essentially them lending that is them kind of being vulnerable and giving them or giving a part of themselves to your company so that your product or service can succeed. So I think that's a huge part. And I think that the viewpoint is massive. Because you can educate yourself, especially from a disability perspective, of what does this look like for somebody who's navigating this with a screen reader, or somebody who has sensory needs. But unless you actually kind of have that experience or see someone in real time like using a screen reader, it's really just kind of like theoretical. And so I think having people with disabilities in your workplace allows you to think creatively of how can we actually make our product and service for everybody. And I think it's important to do that in the initial planning and not as like an afterthought. Especially, you know, a lot of people say, well, our target audience are males 18 to 55. And it's like, great, well, what are you doing now in the planning phase to ensure like that includes men with mental illnesses, men with disabilities, racialized men. And so I think you need to have those voices at the table to be able to really create an inclusive product or service and have those creative, innovative thoughts.
Thanks. Anyone else want to add anything else before we move on to the next question?
No, definitely they are covering pretty good points, which all of you covered, and I feel like definitely there will be a increase in creativity and innovation when you have a diverse group, because one main thing is like you look into the different diverse perspectives of a certain problem or issue, if whatever the team is building. And there's a fascinating correlation between the creativity and having a multicultural group, or the inspiration coming from that diversity. I'll give you an example. Like if you think of many creative authors or any painters or something, most of them, they love to work in the overseas or the foreign places where they actually are from, because having that multicultural thing experience will improve their creativity, and it has been proven from multiple cases as well. I mean, still there is a funny thing in the film production unit says that, okay, the writer is coming to me and saying that, okay, he wants me to book to the Bangkok. He doesn't want to sit and write in Hollywood. He wants to go to Bangkok and write, and we have to bear all the expenses, because it simply says, because no, my mind is not working here. I need to work there. It doesn't mean that everybody in the employee group has to go to Bangkok or different places. All it meant is like having the diverse group brings different multicultures into the aspects of when you're dealing with certain issues. And once you listen to those different perspectives, it leads to certain new idea or creative angle which you might miss with having a less diverse group. And the research have shown that like companies who are following good practices with aspects of diversity have increased at least 15 to 25% of average this revenue or the progress when compared with the companies on average, when compared with the companies who are having less diverse, either it could be the amendments or it could be the policies in their organization. So yeah, definitely the diversity really improves and helps in the creativity and also innovation.
Can I just add an extra
of
thought?
course.
So
Yeah.
my HR brain really appreciates seeing job ads that say that there's openness to discussing not just credentials or education credentials, but also lived experience in terms of, you know, what kind of experience you bring to the position or what kind of experience you bring to the industry or whatever it is that you're working in. So like, as you know, again, my HR brain thinks like, how awesome would it be if there could be some way to actually tip the hat financially in terms of the actual salary base or the value of the job that incorporates that kind of lived experience. And I think, you know, when looking at, because yeah, if you are a person who is outside of that dominant culture or a bit different from the rest of your table mates, whatever organization you're at, you're being tapped for things. You're being asked questions. You know, your lived experience is being brought into that conversation all of the time. So it'd be really, really cool if we could figure out a way to put that into like the rubric and how people get paid. Just, I don't know if we got any decision makers in the room that could do that kind of thing, but that'd be really neat to see, I think.
That for that, everyone. So moving on to our next question, having diverse workplaces means that we have, people from different backgrounds, which means people with different values and different working styles as a result. So, for example, some cultures have, they may value personal goals over team goals or vice versa. So, what are the advantages of this, and how can we inspire or motivate people who come from different ends of this type of goal-setting spectrum?
I can start with that. So I think recognizing that everyone comes from different background and has different beliefs and have different perspective on things is also very important to note. But also as a company or as an organization, I think if there's a culture that is already created within the organization, then it's easier to attract the similar kind of culture into the workforce. So, for example, if an organization is open to having a diverse workforce and having I guess processes and policies in place to attract certain group of people, then it's easier to go find those kinds of people and align with the organization. Because there's something also that comes with challenge with diversity is alignment. So if the organization is not doesn't have the culture internally, then it's hard to attract the external talents to align with the organization. And one of the things to recognize also is when people bring their background, different backgrounds and expertise and experiences, that also comes with its own risk as well. It comes with people coming to want to share and work in their own ways. And I think having an environment that enables people to either run with their ideas or have the flexibility to try new things, I think that's what really fosters innovation. So if we create a workforce where we bring in diverse groups, but they're not allowed to contribute, or they're not allowed to innovate, or they're not allowed to share their ideas and then have the flexibility and freedom to execute on them, then I think that also hinders diversity. So I think the point there I'm trying to make is when we create the right culture and we hire the right people to align with the organization, we need to make sure that we also give them that resources and flexibility to execute on their ideas.
Knowledge shared is not knowledge lost. So I think shared experience, to add on to what you have to say there, shared experience can do nothing but good.
I think it can be really beneficial to create a culture that actually empowers people to ask for what they need. I mean, I know that's kind of a big, high-level thought, but creating that space, because it's one thing to open the doors to a diverse workforce, but we got to create the environment that makes people want to stay. You can't do that intentional invitation into a space that just maintains that status quo, because again, that just sort of perpetuates how things have always been done. So creating some sort of mechanism or the culture, the sort of feeling between workers and management, supervisors, power holders within the organization, creating that space where folks feel able and supported and empowered to ask for what they need can be really helpful, I think, in meeting those differences in values and styles of work and what we might need in terms of feeling successful in the job.
And I think considering your procedures for those different cultures, and one cool thing at our workplace when I first started in the orientation, they said, we have these days off around December 25th. However, you don't celebrate Christmas and you want to continue to work and then use those days for your own religious holiday, then feel free to do it that way. But then on the culture piece of kind of the one around maybe more individually, personally focused versus team focused. I see it a lot of times with people with disabilities, because so often you are your own advocate and you're always in that survival mode of I'm focused on me and what I need, because you just have experiences of nobody looking out for you. And so you're constantly driving that. But I think a lot of times workplaces, the performance metrics are always around individual goals and not team goals. And so if we want a diverse, inclusive culture, we need to be rewarding people who help out the team and make space for the whole team, rather than just rewarding and uplifting those who are just kind of getting those sales calls in, getting those presentations in. It should be a performance metric that we're looking to elevate employees or give raises to employees who are helping upskill their coworkers, or who are helping with the team environment, or their coworkers are reporting in peer reviews that they were able to accomplish this because of you. So I think that is a good way to bring the diversity culture, is to make sure your performances and your performance management strategy includes a team focus versus a very individual focus.
I agree with them, and just to add on a few points on that one, I feel like yes, the personal goals are also important, and we have to give respect as an organization right from the top. They have to respect those personal goals while maintaining also uh, bringing a balance of how you can. That is a key. Actually, I would say bringing the balance to respecting the personal goals and also focusing on the team goals is important. And once you find that balance, it will be easy for any organization to maintain that culture. From that finding that balance, you create a culture which is common for all the employees, and that culture which also includes to respect this personal, either it could be the holidays or it could be the physical requirements or anything, but we need to show that respect, and as a team they have to follow that culture to respecting the individual goals and focusing on the team goals. In that way, the balance is a key, I would say.
Good suggestions there. So this is our last question, and that is, what do you think are the key takeaways for businesses or organizations that are now seeing more diversity in their workspaces and want to help their staff and their workforce reach their full potential?
That's a big one. I think that could be like a day.
That's our last question. So.
Yeah. I'll just kind of jump in. I think we need to be able to create both physical, virtual, emotional, relational spaces that really help people see themselves presented and represented and respected. And I think a lot of the time, a lot of our systems, like I keep going back to the keynote speech this morning, but the idea of maintaining that status quo is the perpetuation of racism. It's the perpetuation of any kind of classist structure, any kind of oppression, systemic oppression. And I think, we all need to contribute to a way to challenge how things have always been done. Just because that's how it's always been done doesn't mean that's what we need, right? And I think a lot of us in this room can relate to that. But I think a key takeaway is we need to investigate how our spaces, our systems, our organizations, our pay structures, our job ads, all of these different pieces, who are they leaving out of the equation? Who can't see themselves intentionally invited into your space through those words, through that interaction, through that relationship? I think that's how we're going to change things up and challenge some of this stuff that we've encountered and we keep encountering. But I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this into the space as the queer and trans person on the panel. We need more gender neutral washrooms, like everywhere, please. just full stop, please. As a trans non-binary person myself, it's really challenging to travel around the world. Imagine going into a workplace and trying to do an interview, and one of the first questions you have is, do you have gender neutral space? And their answer is no. You're being told you're not welcome in that physical space. I'd be remiss if I didn't throw that in there, because, Newfoundland and Labrador were second for proportional representation within the trans femme population, and we're third across the country for trans masc populations, proportionally to our population. But like the queers and the trans folks are here. We also need the space to flourish in our jobs as well.
I would say if you are experiencing diversity, you're doing something right, so keep doing that. But make the conversation an ongoing one so that you retain the diverse workforce or diverse client base that you've developed. Because in those kind of moments of open dialogue is when you'll learn how you can continue to improve. We always say, diversity is not just a workshop you attend one day and that be it. It really needs to be a part of the DNA of your workplace. And I would say when requests are coming in for things like a gender neutral bathroom, or could I have a space that's private so that I can use a dictation tool, et cetera, always start from a place of yes. Let's talk about that. But because I find a lot of times the wall for diversity is, for some decision makers, it's just unfamiliar. So the back goes up and it's kind of I don't really know. And so I would say humble yourself and start with yes, and start with those open-ended questions to learn why that's important, so that your workplace continues to be diverse. And I would also say a huge part is making sure your frontline people leaders are being brought along on the journey, as a lot of times it's the top kind of policy procedure people who are like, yeah, absolutely, we need to do diversity and inclusion. But the people who are actually on the front lines dealing with the day-to-day aren't brought along on that journey. And so the diversity that are coming in don't stay because they're not receiving the support. And so often there's a bit of a disconnect there. And so I would say, if you want to keep it up, make sure everybody, all levels, are brought along on the journey.
Anyone else have anything to add? Some key takeaways.
No, I'm just thinking while they're talking about that, like I was just thinking about like as a small company, because there are different things. I mean, what stage the company is in, how big the company is in, to include all these things, right? It also matters. Maybe it's not possible for a small company having less than 10 employees to include many things, but what are the things they have to focus on? What are the things they can include? I mean, they can start with at least. And it could be just, I mean, the hiring process should be a start thing, a simple thing to start with. And then slowly as they grow, what are the other things they can include to improve more diversity in the group? But that being said, there shouldn't be any limit of in the hiring process. For example, if you are looking at it, there won't be any limit of what gender they are or what age they are or something. But sometimes there are some kind of restrictions for organizations because of either it could be the funding thing or whatever it is. If it is a government funded subsidy program, there are certain restrictions. Okay, you have to be like a fresh graduate of within this age. So it shouldn't be misled in that way, saying out, okay, this company is not following the diversity inclusion thing. It's not about that. They have to understand and use the proper language to communicate with a wider variety of audience, saying that this is a requirement and these are our limitations. But the limitations should show about as per the rules required assigned for the government inclusion or something, but not limited to their skills or knowledge. But as I said, there are many takeaways. As it said, like it takes a day to to bring out all the good points. The thing is, it is good to have it is good for the organization or a company to have a diverse group, and in many ways, either creativity, innovation, as well as more success. Yeah.
Go ahead, Isaac.
I just going to add to the great points that has already been mentioned. And my view on that is to also encourage organizations to invest in grassroots initiatives. So I look at myself as an example. I had an engineering background. I never had experience building a startup, but I had a strong community help me and mentored me and put me through a process that then enabled me to go execute and build a company. So if we look at it also from the grassroots perspective, I think we need to put more initiative to mentor, the BIPOC and the marginalized groups, and because in many cases they may not know what success look like. So just having a mentor who can help show them that say, hey, you could become a CEO if you did all these things. This is what my experience has looked like, and just creating awareness into what people can see themselves in years out. I think that also helps foster that diversity and helps grow a new pipeline of new people coming to work for us and being successful in their careers.
Can Can I be the guy that just adds one
Absolutely,
more thing?
yeah.
Okay. So kind of, again, looking at how, I think kind of pulling from some of the things that folks in the audience have shared and some of that conversation that we've had already and some things that Shalene was sharing this morning, I think one of the things that we could do, a key takeaway here in Newfoundland and Labrador, is to recognize that things are not best kind. We actually have to do the work. I think I've encountered it myself where there's a lot of resistance. It's like, well, we don't have to do that. We're welcoming for everybody. We're safe for everybody. I don't judge people based on where they come from or, you know, that kind of thing, or the abilities that they have or don't have, or whatever the case, or their orientation. But if we're constantly shutting down that self-exploration, that self-accountability, we're never going to learn. We're never going to challenge how things have always been. And I think that as a culture, like, we are fantastic. We all love our kitchen parties. We all got that great nan who likes to take care of everybody. But I think we really need to challenge the fact that if we keep thinking we don't need to do the work, we won't do the work. And we need to suck that up and get over it and do the work. Just that's like my CTA, I guess, my call to action, because I hear that a lot, and it's unfortunate because it does a disservice, I think, to people who are well-intentioned. But if we shut it down, we're not letting new things in, and that's what we have to keep doing.
Thank you for that. I think that's a great note to end on. So we do have some time for some questions, if anybody has any, for our panelists. Anyone have any questions? Yes. So maybe what I'll do is I'll share my mic. Maybe I'll do that. Oh, you coming? Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Debbie.
I wanted to say that most of us in this room probably come from a community social action work environment or from that environment, and also there are some business people here. I think one of the things that can be done is making the business case for diversity when approaching businesses. Yes, it is the right thing to do, and everyone agrees, but to make a business case. And for example, I was speaking to my brother just a couple of nights ago. He works with a large corporation. He works in Newfoundland with a large corporation of 60,000 employees across Canada. And that corporation has diversity coordinators. It's written into their strategic plan, etc. But at the local level, I was really surprised to hear that at the procurement level, they have a diversity coordinator. And what that means is when this company goes out into the St. John's community with a contract, maybe to supply computers, for example, that diversity coordinator looks at that company and determines if that company is a diversity, positively using diversity, and can demonstrate that. So the business case for small businesses or any business in Newfoundland, if they can't do it because it's the right thing to do, they can do it because they're going to make more money doing it. More and more, one business has to be conscious of the other business that it's working with. And in this particular case, the business does not have to go with the lowest bidder for their contracts. So this diversity coordinator really looks at that business and also keeps track of what that business is doing around diversity. And it's another way in to seeing some changes.
Get them where it hurts sometimes. Yeah. You got to make the argument, you know.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment. It's just sharing my thoughts about diversity, in regards to diversity, especially responding to that brother of mine, Isaac. I remember while submitting his experience earlier on, he talked about, I might have forgotten the company he was working for, where he was the only black guy, if I'm to recall. You said something relating to that? Yeah. Don't you think it's to do with it's not that they don't wish, it's not that they don't want to employ more black, but maybe somewhere, somehow, there are less maybe skilled black community which leads to less opportunities, because if they're not empowered, if they don't have knowledge, then how will they be employed? First is that, yeah, the colleague of yours is he did biologics. I mean, if I don't know, I'm not a scientist, and then there's a vacant for scientists, for a person who is a scientist, how are they going to employ me when I lack the knowledge? So then it does, when we're addressing the point of diversity, it has to go down to the grassroots, because we're not, companies, organizations are not going to just employ people who lack knowledge, who don't have the skills. So let's get to the ground, empower people. Later on, the diversity will work out for itself. But then it's a waste, it's a futile attempt. I mean, to point fingers when people of color or are not skilled, are not knowledgeable. So I think we should, if we want to be successful in regards to diversity, it should be a collective effort, getting to the grassroots, empower people, give them knowledge, so that by the time organizations are looking out for workers, for staffs, then people of different, colors have that knowledge and skills. In that way, the diversity issue is going to be addressed. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, in the back of the room and in the front as well.
I just wanted to ask a question around accountability. One thing I've learned over the years is knowledge does not equal behavior. We can take the course, we can do the training, and we can say we're going to do all kinds of things, but I'd be curious whether it's within your organizations or examples you've seen in others of how do we hold people accountable so that we can continue these conversations to learn and grow?
I think it goes a little bit to what I was saying earlier around the performance metrics of what I've experienced is a lot of times, let's say you have a location here in St. John's, but it's part of like an Atlantic corporation. That regional director of the Atlantic ones is saying, you need to hire more people with disabilities or more newcomers, et cetera, but there's no accountability built in to actually like ensure that happens. Then people aren't going to do it because it is more work in some ways if it is new to you and you're starting kind of from scratch with it. So I think performance metrics is a huge part of it, and I think too just keeping it an ongoing conversation so it doesn't become the flash in the pan of we had a D&I focus month at our office this month, and great. And it needs to be a constant conversation and a metric that's always measured and reported on.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's a couple other questions. Great.
Hi, first of all, great job on the panel. I learned so much. So I wrote my question down so I didn't missay it. So some employers look at inclusion as a monetary value. For example, have it written in their contracts, will accommodate you up until we've reached the point of undue hardship, which means it's going to cost them money. And then they won't do any other kind of accessibility or accommodations past that. So how do we challenge and help those decision makers define how the value of inclusion should outweigh any possible cost of renovations or training to actually make their workplace inclusive?
Coming for the jugular. Also, that's my partner. I think I should say that just because, yeah. Awesome. Plant, right? Yeah. That is a really tough question, and I think a lot of the time, I think with businesses, depending on the size of the corporation, the organization, it is all about that bottom line, and how can we balance those things? How can we highlight the diversity of thought and experience and lived experience that will come with this person, even if they need accommodations to whatever degree? How do you balance that with the potential cost? I think that, to me, again, like high level, comes with like a culture shift. We need to center the value of the individual and what they contribute to the production or the success or the sharing of the information within the organization versus they're going to cost us too much money. Like, help.
I think there needs to be, you need to look at it tangibly versus intangibly. I think that, you will be making accommodations for that person, but you've got to look at the whole picture of what that person can bring. When we were talking about experience and we were talking about the value of the job, if you do need to invest in that person in order to have that person work within your team, the long run takeaway from that is going to be investment in your business. It's going to be investment in your client. It's going to be investment in your customer, your guest. And the long-term takeaway for that is going to outweigh. So the intangible benefit of that is going to outweigh the tangible benefit and the dollar, right? And that's the thing. We've got to stop looking at the monetary push, and we've got to look at the fact that most businesses, believe it or not, as much as we don't think they are relationship-based. Be it from the person who's pumping your gas to the person, does anybody do that anymore? To the person who is bagging your groceries, to the person who is providing you with any kind of service. There has to be that way of an intangible contribution that person is making to your business, and you've got to look at it in that whole instead of just the monetary aspect. And I struggle with, and we don't do this, I struggle with getting governmental benefits to hire someone of diversity. That's just me personally. I struggle with that because my feeling is if that person, the end goal in my job, in my business, the end goal is to have a clean room for a guest by 3 p.m. every day. That's my end goal. How we get there and how that looks to get to that end job is neither here nor there. It's to get there. That's the team aspect, right? We're all part of a team and we're all bringing a strength and a weakness, a success and a betterment. That's part of that. And I think that you've got to look at the whole instead of just the monetary value. And I think that's a really big struggle when it comes to fiscal lines. I think when people are looking at their year end and they're looking at a fiscal year end, they don't take in the reputation and the value and the intangible aspects of that business that somebody who can do the job and to be able to create the product or provide the service can do. And I just think there's a dichotomy in that there's a, I don't know if dichotomy is the right word, but I think there's we're missing something there. And I think that we've really got to look at the whole versus that monetary drive.
And I would say, and this is probably even a good question for you around the duty to accommodate an undue hardship. Like undue hardship is really like a difficult thing to say, well, this will cost me X number of dollars, so this is undue hardship. I'm going to opt out. It's more than that because like you have to employers who are in a situation where, okay, this is going to cost money. It can't be an instant no. It needs to be well, what are my options? Because there are organizations out there like CCRW, just to plug us, but as well as Inclusion NL and other organizations who could support you in overcoming that barrier and has access to funding and chances are have navigated those workplace adjustments before for somebody else and so could easily do it. And so if a financial thing comes up though, and that is the barrier for someone of like, oh, that's going to cost me a few $100s, I really don't want to do it. Chances are they're not the inclusive employer that's going to help this person succeed anyways. But I would also say if an adjustment is needed to an environment, chances are it's not just going to help that one person, it's going to help the whole team.
Yeah, I think the argument could be made that once the work is done, it sets you up for further success later on to be a more inclusive employer or workplace. Sorry, I didn't mean
I
to
was
cut
just
you
going to
off.
say that's
Yeah.
the key piece of it, right? It's more about proving the value and showing the value that, if you do it now, there's a net benefit to, the future. And for example, if you need to make adjustments to like washrooms, then it means you can now accommodate everyone who needs diversity in washrooms. And now it gives you more access to broader talents that you didn't have in the past. So I think it's just being able to communicate the net value to if you didn't make those changes than if you made them.
I think I saw one, two,
There's
three.
a couple.
Yeah, so
There's
we've
one
got
here.
3 more questions, and then we'll take our break.
Lots of questions.
So I'm
Great,
right
guys.
here, so we'll start here first.
Hello. So I know that diversity and inclusion is becoming lately a trend, and for some companies it's just trend, and it's a checkbox. So we hire the black guy, the gay guy, and other people, but we're not doing anything. And there's a saying that diversity is inviting people to party, and inclusion is inviting them on the dance floor. But we're not seeing anything on the dance floor. So, from your opinion, what practical things your organization is doing in terms of inclusion? Are they doing any training for the people or the team managers or the recruiters even? And what do you think we are missing here in St. John's in that sense? Thank you.
That's a very good. That's a very good point because it's true. I mean, just including diversity in your job ad or just on your work policies doesn't make a big difference unless the company has to follow that culture and also educate the right from the top. Either it could be the hiring manager or even the employee who is nothing to do with the hiring process, but he should also feel comfortable about the whole process. And in order to make him feel comfortable, he has to understand what is a culture followed for the organization or a company. And if there are any gaps between understandings or communications, then the organization should take it more steps in order to educate them or improve the skills and bring that environment in a proper way to include all these segments which you are talking about. And also metrics, as he pointed out about the metrics, there should be a metrics right from the start to the end about how the job ad, example, the job ad has gone out, how it is reaching, how many different audiences it is reaching, and how that metrics kind of thing they have to consider. And at the end, when I say it could be a quarterly evaluation or yearly evaluation, either it could be a small company or a big company, they should have a metrics, okay, how many different groups of different individuals we have, and what are they coming from different background, and what are they they are working on in the aspects of like, okay, this is a technical team, this is a management team, okay, how it is improving the core values of the company. So these are all should be considered, and they have to be implemented just not by saying on the paper or on the advertisements or anything, but it should be a proper follow up every now and then, right? It should come from the top, and also they should consider the metrics in order to make them improve every now and then.
So just to add to the point there, I get invited every now and then to participate in either events or be part of initiatives. Sometimes I feel maybe because I'm just black, that's why. And examples in cases like I joined the board of Canadian Marketing Association, and I asked a question, and the question was, why did you want me to join your board? Because when I looked at the board, it was not diverse, so I had to ask that question. So I think when you talk about being invited versus dancing on the dance floor, I think you need to have that open dialogue and have an honest conversation. If I have the skill set and I feel I can contribute, then I like to be part of it. But in cases where I feel I'm just either for the photo or just for the checkbox, I usually would respectfully also communicate to say, I don't think I have the talent and I don't think I'm a good fit for this. And if you're willing to maybe invest in me, and then, maybe I can get to where you need me to be. So just making sure that you're not also, being part of the numbers that checks the box, I think it's very important. Also, I've been to some of my investment meetings. I go in the room, it's all white men, and they ask me, would you like to add a white person to your team so that it improves? And, when I showed that team, we're very diverse, but I think in many cases, we have open dialogues to say, if this is what you want, then maybe we're not the right company or we're not the right fit for you. But if this is what you're looking for, then if we can find a mutual value, then we try to make that work. So I think the way to go around it is just to have really open dialogue and be transparent about where you are.
And I think if I can, to add on to that very quick, the idea of having that open dialogue and actually listening to what people are saying they need to feel more respected and included and reflected in their spaces. I know just even something that's a small thing that could seem small, but for a gender diverse person, if they're filling out an application form and there are 2 places where they can put name and then legal name and maybe like have if different in brackets after, that can help an entire community of people feel maybe this place has a space for me. They have a frame of reference to have this conversation. So it's they're not like they might seem like small things, but they're not insignificant for communities who have historically not seen that proactive inclusion in space, right? So having those opportunities to have your lived experience reflected back to you. So have the open dialogue, but actually listen to what people with lived experience are telling you and implement those things. Because, you know, just walking down the hallway, we talk about the power of promotion and marketing and diversity in marketing. If I see myself represented in a business's offerings, I'm more inclined to want to give them my money because they've taken the time to actually help me see myself reflected in their services. So similarly, I think when we're looking at workplaces, you know, we have to have, it's kind of the cart before the horse, you know, chicken and the egg and all that. But we want diverse workforces to see that maybe we'll be included. So it's hard to kind of answer that in a broad sweep, but the little things that can help somebody see themselves reflected in that space, whatever that looks like, can make a big difference.
Is right here the question? Hello. And well, first of all, great job, everyone. Amazing panel. And I think it's a comment and a question, maybe around the comment here. So, like, do you think when it comes to the lack of representation of diversity, when it comes to in some organizations, is it really because we don't have enough BIPOC people or diverse people who are qualified for the job? Because I know, I mean, as a newcomer, being in Newfoundland, Canada for 4 years and living in the States before for 8, and now, you know, throughout my time here, I have always tried to help, you know, friends, especially newcomers, find jobs. And I get to meet people who are extremely qualified and could contribute so much to organizations. And I think we still see things around change your name because there are things around unconscious biases. There are issues around, you know, we're organizations where we see leadership teams where everyone is, if it's not a Caucasian man, it's going to be Caucasian men and some Caucasian women. And we see, so like I feel like there is still a lot of like lack of diversity, but really your comment really made me wonder, is it really because we don't have people who are qualified enough? Or is it, you know, beyond more layers that are stopping people from even getting a call for an interview? Thank you.
I think my view on that is we haven't invested enough in the grassroots to help produce candidates that are more qualified. And also, there is just, I think there's still a gap in having someone who hasn't, you know, been an experience before, who hasn't done it before, and being expected to come perform in a role that maybe is highly skilled or maybe it's highly, you know, demanding. And I think my view of it is there's not enough investment in helping with grassroots to help elevate people of BIPOC into positions where they can then naturally fit into. And if you compare that also to the white folks, I think what is different there is the relationship is already built. So there is already a relationship of knowing someone who can guide and who can provide mentorship and then eventually help you get there. There's a big gap of that, I think, with the BIPOC.
I can speak to just my personal experience anecdotally within my particular communities. The culture here can sometimes present a barrier, so folks just leave. They get their education at Memorial and then they go somewhere else. So the education doesn't stay in the province. And again, just reflecting that's specifically within the 2S LGBTQI plus communities. But I think that again, cart before the horse kind of situation, but like we're having these grander conversations, these bigger conversations, how can we create more inclusive culture? All of that I think will help contribute to allow folks, you know, that have historically been excluded or underrepresented or under yeah, marginalized folks, like it will help keep that education in the province if the culture catches up. It's not even just about the workforce. It's, you know, and then you're looking also at the systemic barriers of education not translating based on government. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. I don't feelings, but yeah. Thank you for the question.
Questions? I think that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panel.
Shout out to Debbie and the organizers. You folks are fantastic.
Okay, so, that was a great discussion. And now, of course, we need lunch. And during our lunchtime, feel free to network and discuss what we did this morning. Now, lunch is sponsored by the Newfoundland and Liquor Corporation. We're grateful to have them as a returning sponsor this year. We're also excited to continue our partnership with Music NL. We have some amazing newcomer musicians with us today. And to make lunch even lovelier, we have Christina Hernandez and Alla Malinchuk. They will be performing during our lunchtime. Christina, who I'm very familiar with and have had the pleasure of interviewing her and listening to her perform, she's amazing. She is a Mexican folk singer-songwriter who has performed at several festivals in Mexico City since 2009. This year, she had her St. John's debut during International Women's Day by premiering her activist song, Flowers in the Wind. We also have with her Alla Milinchuk. She's a concert pianist from Ukraine who graduated from the Kharkiv National University of Arts. Alla is an experienced concert pianist who has taught piano for over a decade in many European countries and continues to teach online. Alla moved to St. John's, Newfoundland in May 2022. So everyone, it's hard to be creative on an empty stomach. So please go and enjoy the food, and we'll be starting our Idea Awards ceremony at 12:30 sharp. We're just a little bit behind, but we'll be starting at 12:30. So Christina, welcome Christina and Alla. Debbie, is lunch out in the hallway? So lunch will be in the same room that breakfast was in. You could just bring it into your table and have it here. Everyone? Hi, everyone. Can you start making your way back to your seat, please? What if I'll touch this microphone? Oh, I don't know. We're about to get started with our idea awards. Okay. So I'd like to welcome any of you who have just joined us. We're so excited about this award ceremony. The IDEA Awards are a pan-provincial celebration honoring outstanding contributions in the fields of inclusion, diversity, equity, and anti-racism. This ceremony celebrates their work and provides a platform to share their success with others in the community. We've had so many inspiring nominations this year, and thank you to all of you who took the time to submit a nomination. We know that life is busy, but it's so important to make the time to recognize the efforts of those who are striving to make Newfoundland and Labrador a place where they feel they belong. Truly, the work that is being done in this province is phenomenal. Everyone nominated should be proud of what they have given to our communities. The IDEA Awards are supported by the Government of Canada, Canadian Heritage Division of the Government of NL. We are also very grateful to our sponsors, Hospitality NL, RBC. Without this support, we wouldn't be able to celebrate this amazing work. So we may not have a red carpet, but the ANC team will be taking photos of all of you joining us via the live stream. Can send your good wishes on social media in the YouTube comments, which will recreate the Oscars feel. So let's get to the awards. First, we'll start with the Cultural Educator of the Year Award for inspirational and innovative teaching methods aimed at increasing multicultural knowledge within the education system in Newfoundland and Labrador. This award is presented to a teacher, professor, or another educational professional who inspires active participation and excellence in multicultural education and is dedicated to enhancing cross-cultural awareness in the K-12 schools or within the post-secondary studies. Sorry, the lights are flashing. You know, I feel like I'm on the red carpet for real here, but I'm not. Now, educate Newfoundlanders and Labradorians about the importance of diversity, multiculturalism, global issues, and human rights. Teaching methods and approaches to student engagement includes, but not limited to, creative critical thinking, field trips, project-based learning, research and writing, performances, and guest presentations across disciplines such as humanities, social science, and arts. I'd like to call Jamie Baker to the stage to present this award. Jamie?
Thank you, Barb. Education is such a critical part of creating more inclusive and anti-racist communities and schools. As such, it is my great honor to present the ANC Cultural Educator of the Year Award to Dr. Bolu Wagi Ogunyemi. Bolu? I think this is where we give you the award. That's okay. There you go.
Yay, Dr. Bolu!
Congratulations.
Yes,
Apparently giving a speech. All right. Okay, so first I'd like to thank the Association for New Canadians and everyone involved in putting together this event, including the award ceremony. I was here last year as a speaker, so it's great to be invited back in this different capacity this year. As well, I'd like to thank God for this opportunity. I'd like to thank my parents for deciding to come to Newfoundland and Labrador. We left, so I didn't really have a choice in the matter because I was only 3, but we left Nigeria to come to North America at a young age, and my parents made tremendous sacrifices to give me and my siblings the opportunity to, to do whatever we wanted, and I'm glad I've had many opportunities to take advantage of to lead me to where, where I'm at today. I'd like to thank the communities of St. John's, of Newfoundland and Labrador more broadly, Memorial University as well. A lot of my education work has been through the university, through the Faculty of Medicine in particular, and the leadership of this institution. And thank you all for being here. So both for folks that are here in person and folks that are here online. Many people get surprised that I've been in Newfoundland for about 32 years. Most people, when they ask how long I've been here, they expect 3, 4, 5 years. But we were the only Black family in our entire subdivision kind of growing up. So it's tremendous to see a lot of the changes in our city and in our province over the past 3 decades, and it's truly an honor to be part of that change. So I'm truly grateful for the experience, and now the opportunity to bring along a 3rd generation of Ogunyemis with my 2 daughters to bring them up in this my hometown. So thank you all, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
It's okay. We'll get a picture after by himself. Okay. His eyes disappeared. I can take a picture. Well, there you go. There you go. Okay, I'll leave. No, I'll Okay. This is our red carpet right here. Red carpet. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bolo. Just because I know a little bit about Dr. Bolo, this is not even half of what he does, and he specializes in a certain area that I think we only have 10 people in the entire country that is Black and specializes in that area. So Dr. Bolo, thank you again, and this is why you won the award. Our next award follows our first award nicely, the Anti-Racism and Inclusivity Youth Award, awarded for anti-racism and inclusion advocacy by a youth or a youth group. This award is presented to a youth or a youth group composed of members 18 and under who has or have advocated for inclusion and anti-racism in their school or community. The recipient of this award fosters great awareness of racism and inclusion and work to create spaces that offer a safe and inclusive area for all students and young people in the community. Examples of notable achievement exemplified by the winner of this award may include, but are not limited to, establishing an extracurricular or community group that promotes anti-racism, advancing support system for new Canadians, or advocating for changes to existing school or community policies that promote systemic racism or bias. The youth may be new to Canada, international student, or a permanent resident or a citizen. The winner of this year's Anti-Racism and Inclusivity Youth Award is Zara Kamal. Zara? She's not here. So we will be showing you a video that Zara has prepared as her acceptance speech.
Thank you to give me Anti-Racism and Inclusion Youth Award. I'm really glad to get it. I want to thank you, my family, my school, my workplace, and I get lots of people who helped me to get this award. Thank you, everyone.
Zara is also in Corner Brook. I just wanted to point that out. So that's part of the reason she's not here. Next, we do have the Bridget Foster Cultural Business Icon Award. This award is presented for excellence in entrepreneurship and for representing cultural diversity in a business startup. This award is presented to a newcomer entrepreneur or a business that serves newcomers in rural or urban areas of Newfoundland and Labrador. The award winner will be an entrepreneur or a business that has achieved notable success in a new business venture within the last 5 years and is currently in operation. The winner's effort could include, but not limited to, demonstration growth based on market demand and consumer trends, employment or skilled foreign workers or newcomers, meeting the needs of a culturally diverse marketplace, and or incorporating innovative ways of doing business while contributing to the tapestry of the multiculturalism in the province. I'd like to welcome again to the stage Mr. Jamie Baker.
Thanks again, Barb.
You know what? I just have to correct myself. I keep saying Jamie Baker, but there's one thing I forgot in front of it. That's Dr. Jamie Baker. Okay?
Thank you again, Barb. So I'm thrilled to be here today to present this award. Entrepreneurs are a vital part of our communities and economy. They are community champions and community supporters. Our winner today is a wonderful example of a successful new business owner and probably will look quite familiar to you. The winner of the Bridget Foster Cultural Business Icon Award is Isaac Adijuan. Isaac?
I just want to use this moment to thank everyone who has been part of our journey. Building a company in Newfoundland and building a company as an immigrant is very difficult. And without the support we've received from this community here in Newfoundland and across Newfoundland, Labrador, we wouldn't be able to be in business. A lot of the support, a lot of the mentorship, a lot of the investment we got started from here in Newfoundland. And we've taken all that support and all the learnings, and we've taken that to take our business globally, where we're able to acquire companies and customers across Canada, US, and Japan. Without the support from the government, the investors here, the early customers, and the community in general, it wouldn't be possible. And I would use this opportunity to also say that immigrants can build big businesses and they can build successful businesses, not just work as employees, but they can also contribute to the economy. Thank you so much for all the support and really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Isaac. True words indeed. Our next award is the Community Hero Award. This award is presented to an individual or a group that exemplifies outstanding volunteer service in assisting newcomers to settle and integrate into their new communities. Acts of service could include, but are not limited to, the provision of transport, emergency shelter or housing. It's getting late. Maybe we need some desserts, some sweets here. Get me up. Housing, health care, medical aid, sponsorship, financial support, and meeting other essential needs such as food upon arrival in the province. Presenting this award, I'd like to welcome Didan Ashanta from Resilient Foreigner to the stage.
There are so many nominations for wonderful volunteers in our communities. It is heartening to see so much compassion and desire to make the province a more inviting and inclusive space. I am happy to announce that the Community Hero Award goes to Gerald and Krista Barnes of Corner Brook. We welcome the Barnes to come up and accept this award. Yes, for a picture. Could you guys
hold the award just for the picture?
There you go. And then I'll shake one of your hands. Okay, awesome.
Thank you so much. Very appreciative. Everyone else spoke. I'm not 100% sure what to say. We're not formally. Oh, sorry. We're not formally part of any organization, but we've come together. We're from Corner Brook, so the community has certainly come together to help international people, as well as we're part of a faith community. So through the faith community and through the greater community, we have provided basic needs to people. And actually, someone in the community has gifted us with storage space where we keep coats and boots and furniture, and we supply it as needed. So it's very, very rewarding. And through that, we've met lots of beautiful people, and some of those people who are probably watching have become very close friends to us. So we appreciate them all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gerald and Krista, for all the work you do in your community. Next, we have the RBC Diversity Leadership Award, awarded in partnership with RBC for leadership and diversity management in the workplace. I'd like to call Brent Aiken to the stage to present this award. Brent?
Thank you very much, Barb. RBC is very happy to be part of IDEAS 2022, and we are especially proud to sponsor the IDEA Awards again this year. I'd like to congratulate all of the winners and nominees here today, and thank you for your leadership and commitment to the values of diversity and inclusion. I'd also like to congratulate the entire ANC team on a fabulous event. We believe this is important work, and we're honored to be able to celebrate the people who are making the province better. With increasingly diverse workplaces, it's crucial to have leaders who are striving to create environments that allow all people to flourish. The RBC Diversity Leadership Award is presented to a manager, human resources professional, or business owner from a small to medium-sized enterprise or corporation who strives for equality, diversity, and inclusion across all aspects of operations. This winner is an admirable leader in the recruitment and retention of underrepresented groups. Their efforts could include, but are not limited to, the implementation of progressive policies and procedures, standards of inclusiveness within the organization, building cultural intelligence through training, and or providing workplace accommodations. I'm very excited to present the 2022 RBC Diversity Leadership Award to Darren Dirtle, Regional Director, Mary Browns.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am truly honored and humbled to accept this award today. First of all, I would like to thank everyone that nominated me for this honor. Thank you to everyone at the association for all the hard work and planning that goes into this event and for everything your team does to ensure our newcomers have the best supports available to them once they arrive in Canada. This journey for me started over 4 years ago when I was on the west coast of our province, seeing firsthand the tremendous challenges we faced with significant gaps in our workforce and realizing that immigration would play a huge role in our future. 2022 has been a very exciting year for Mary Browns, welcoming over 30 newcomers to our province. and our organization throughout Stephenville, Gander, Bay Roberts, Carbonear, Torbay, and St. John's. Behind every great leader is a great team, and I would be remiss today if I didn't acknowledge the hard work and the efforts of our incredible store teams that have truly made a difference to ensure our newcomers are safe, comfortable, and most of all, feel a part of our family. Some of our team is here today in the room, so I want to say thank you for everything that you do every day. Hearing stories from new employees about their hopes and dreams of coming to Canada with their families, then months or years later meeting them at airports right here in our province, seeing the happiness on their faces, knowing that dreams are now a reality and that you played an important role in that happiness. There is no way to describe that feeling. I would like to share this proud moment with you all before I finish. On May 9th of this year, I was invited by the Office of Immigration and Multiculturalism to join their team at the airport along with the Premier and Minister to welcome our first 166 Ukrainian refugees to Newfoundland and Labrador. Among them was our first Ukrainian employee to join our team in St. John's. And today, he is currently awaiting the arrival of his grandmother, mother, and brother to start their life here together in Canada just in time for the holiday season. These are truly life-changing moments. Again, I want to thank everyone in the room for the work that you're doing, and thank you again for this honor.
Thank you, Darren, for all you do, and please continue. The final idea award for today is the Hospitality NL International Ambassador Award. The Hospitality NL Ambassador Award is awarded in partnership with Hospitality NL to a member who excels in providing culturally inclusive services to newcomers and visitors to Newfoundland and Labrador. I'd like to ask Manpreet Kaur, Communications Project and Workforce Coordinator from Hospitality NL, to come to the stage to present this award.
Thank you, Barb. Hospitality Newfoundland and Labrador is pleased to sponsor this award, and as an immigrant myself, I'm very delighted to be here today to honor the recipient of this year's Hospitality NL International Ambassador Award. What does it take to be International Ambassador? It's more than just talking about supporting diversity and inclusion. It's about making the effort to demonstrate it. This award is presented to a Hospitality NL member that has successfully worked towards the inclusion of newcomers and international visitors by championing diversity as a tool of success in its daily operations and business model. The tourism industry at its core about welcoming others. Our members are experts in greeting the public and making them feel the comfort of home regardless of who they are or where they come from. And a part of this recognizing is the importance of creating inclusive spaces. This year's recipients has achieved a high standard of international customer service in Newfoundland Labrador tourism industry. The 2022 Hospitality NL International Award goes to the Murray Premises Hotel. I would like to ask Dawn Ring to come forward and accept this award on behalf of the hotel.
Thank you very much. It's actually extra special that Manny was here to give me the award because she's actually a former employee of us, so this is wonderful. On behalf of the owners, management, and all of the staff at the Murray Premises Hotel, I would like to thank the Association for New Canadians and Hospitality Newfoundland and Labrador for honoring us with this prestigious award. As you all know, the hospitality industry has had an extremely difficult 2.5 years. We faced a number of challenges, and in the summer of 2022, one of the biggest issues we faced was staffing. In May of this year, we had posted a sales manager position and had a number of applications. After conducting interviews, the clear choice was an international student from Brazil. While we did have to work with her student visa in regards to the number of hours she could work, she has been a wonderful addition to our team. She has now completed her master's at Memorial University and is working with us full time. Shortly after that, shortly after, the Association for New Canadians had announced a job fair for Ukrainians who had recently arrived in Newfoundland. I attended the fair and met a lot of wonderful people. Within a couple of days, we had hired a fantastic new front desk agent, and he had mentioned that his mom and his friend were due to arrive in Newfoundland in just a few weeks. So we've hired them as well as a night otter and room attendant, and they've all been a great asset to our business. Just last month, we had a potluck Thanksgiving lunch with all of our staff. We shared a family dinner with Newfoundland favorites of turkey and jigs dinner, as well as amazing foods from Ukraine and Brazil. I would like to encourage all employers in the room and at home to consider hiring people new to Canada. As a hotel, we welcome guests from all around the world, and it is invaluable to having employees who speak many languages and are able and willing to share their culture and ideas with staff and guests. Again, would like to thank you all very much for honoring us with this award.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Now, this year, we have an additional award to present. The ANC's Diversity Champion Award is presented to an individual or organization whose body of work demonstrates exceptional commitment to the promotion of diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. This individual or organization has been, an advocate for equity and inclusion for at least 10 years and has helped to implement programs and policies which celebrate diversity and or foster environments where people are respected. For almost 24 years now, sharing our cultures has made an impact within Newfoundland and Labrador, with a mandate of helping culturalized youth, fostering belonging and acceptance to promote the values of multiculturalism and intercultural relations. Now, Dr. Ledetta Kwaiko is an amazing human being whom I've had the pleasure of knowing and interviewed for the Association for New Canadians Black Excellence podcast. Now, if you know Dr. Kwaiko, the first thing she'll tell you when you meet her is, please call me Lloydetta. This is how humble and selfless she is. When it comes to community leadership and representing diversity within Newfoundland and Labrador, Lloydetta is one of the top people in NL striving to continue to make a difference. If you try to describe Lloydetta in one word, it would be impossible. She is one of the most caring, selfless, empathetic individuals I've ever come across. And so it's my honor to present this year's ANC Diversity Champion Award to Dr. Lloydetta Kwaiko. Lloydetta is at a conference in Ottawa at this time, but she has recorded a video message for us. Roll the video.
It's great that the ANC is recognizing the contributions of diversity in our province by offering these awards. Thanks to the committee for choosing me for the Diversity Champion Award. Thanks so much to Fatima, who has supported me over the years. I acknowledge the work of other nominees and congratulate the other winners. I am grateful to the many volunteers who gave their time and expertise over the years to make sharing our cultures what it is today. This award is for all of them. Thanks again and best wishes.
Wow, we have some incredible people with us today. And Lloydetta has definitely been a voice for inclusion for many years. And we know that diversity creates the most beautiful music. Thank you everyone for celebrating these talented, compassionate, and hardworking people with us. We are so honored to be able to celebrate all of you. Let's have another round of applause for all of our winners. And this will end our awards portion of the day. We'll take another short break and return at 1:50. Are we still at 1:50, Debbie? 1:55? Perfect. 1:30 it is, everyone. And we still have coffee and water. Do we have anything else? Desserts. That's what I was waiting to hear. Okay, so yeah, just tea and coffee right now. Desserts for. Don't try to sneak in the room. Hello over there. Thanks. Hello, everybody. If we can make our way back to our seats, we're going to get started. The afternoon always, people seem to trickle out somehow. Seems less. So we had a stellar morning and an inspiring idea award ceremony. Now we're all set for a fabulous afternoon. We are starting the afternoon sessions with E for Equity, and our speaker is Dr. Monica Dutt. Monica is the Medical Officer of Health for Central and Western Newfoundland and Labrador, and a family physician in Sydney, Nova Scotia. Dr. Dutt is a member of the Decent Work in Health Network and Anti-Racism Coalition of NL. She is currently doing her PhD at McMaster University, focused on public health and labor standards. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Dutt.
Okay, let me get organized. I told my son to take his headphones off for this. He may not listen. He's in the back corner. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I work for Central and Western Newfoundland Labrador, but I never come this way because I normally live in Sydney, Nova Scotia, take the ferry over, and so I stay on kind of that side of the province, and I haven't actually been here since maybe 2008, so it's really nice to be here, and I'll spend a few days and the sun's coming out, so that'll be nice. I will say it feels a little odd to be in a room full of people. I don't know if people still have that feeling that I haven't done a non-virtual talk in a while, and I kind of miss the mute button or the turn off the video button, but you all seem like a really friendly group, and I've really loved being here for the morning and hearing a lot of the talks. I did miss the very first person who sounded phenomenal, but I've really enjoyed the panels and the awards and learning more about your community. So I shouldn't say your community, our community, lots of Western and Central representation too. I'm letting my nervousness just settle a bit. I'm also really glad to be able to speak to you about a topic that I feel really strongly about, which is the connection between work and labor standards and health. And I'm also going to be talking about that using an anti-oppression lens, and I'm not very good at creative titles, so that's kind of what I came up with as my title. So that's how I'm going to frame what I talk about today. And I know these are all really big topics, and it seems like the day's gone between kind of really practical advice to kind of bigger ideas. I think I'm a little more on the bigger ideas piece of it, but I hope to make connections to some of the practical pieces. I was put down as the equity speaker, but as I thought about equity, I felt like it's hard to separate equity out from kind of all the other topics that are being discussed today and anti-oppression more broadly, because the idea of equity is that there is an absence of systematic differences based on who you are or what group that you're part of. And in order to address that, you need to look at anti-oppression, which is why I decided to take that bigger picture. And Debbie kind of gave me free rein to talk about what I wanted to talk about. So that's the direction I went. Just in terms of kind of, I know there's probably a land acknowledgement that was already done. I always try to think about my own connection to the lands that my ancestors came from and the lands that I'm on now. My parents were born and grew up in India, which was a country that itself was colonized, so they lived through the British colonization and the leaving of the British and all the chaos and hardship that still has repercussions today. And then they were part of this ongoing global colonization when they came to Canada and came to the land that I am now on the stolen land that I work and live on. And I'm normally in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, and spent a lot of time during the pandemic going back and forth between Central and Western Newfoundland Labrador. And I think one of the gifts that has come out of the last few years was learning about the Indigenous history and current issues in Newfoundland Labrador. and in particular, being able to learn from Ada Roberts, who's the health director at Mabagek First Nation, and Mitch Blanchard, the manager of health and wellness with Halibu First Nation, and I've learned a lot. And this is a resource some of you may know, nativeland.ca. And I find it good as a starting point. They acknowledge on the site that, you know, any information that's on there needs to be corroborated by the people whose lands they are referring to, but they look at treaties and languages, and you can look at wherever you are in the world and learn more about that history. And I really just like this graphic because it reminds me to think about the connections that go far beyond kind of colonial, provincial borders, and think about kind of the deep culture and history that span the land masses that we all are on right now. In terms of disclosures, I've been kind of a worker, I've been in management, I've been an employer. I'm not currently one, and I know many of you are in that type of role right now, but what I do see is the health impacts of labor standards, of workplaces on people's health. The opinions are my own. I'm just putting that out there in case anyone says, you know, Central Health said this. So I put that out as my own opinion, but it all comes from kind of a public health perspective, and recognizing that I speak from a position of privilege as a health provider, and I don't speak for people or communities, and the two organizations I mentioned in my bio that inform a lot of this talk. And then also as part of a disclosure, I know this topic has been talked about before, and for some is probably fairly basic, for others it may be something newer to think about, but I use this graphic, which is, you know, simplistic in some way, but also I think makes some really important points, and it's around this idea of intersectionality, which was a term that was brought forward by Kimberly Crenshaw, a Black feminist, based on the idea that the feminist movement is often now and in the past has often been led and speaks for mainly, you know, white women, people who are of higher income, and she put forward this idea that Black women have a very specific experience that needs to be acknowledged in feminism, and it's been brought in to consider the many different ways that we all have different identities that shape our identities in a very unique way. It's not that, you know, being brown-skinned is one type of oppression plus being a woman is another, and you can just add them together. It's a very specific experience that we all have based on our different identities. And then graphics like this kind of point to the fact that the closer you are to the center of this circle, the more power you tend to have in society, the more you, whether intended or not, have domination over other groups and people. And so I think of myself, and I think about the fact that I tend to be closer to the center, someone who speaks English as a first language, someone who's higher income, who is considered able-bodied by standards of what is an ideal body in our society. And so I will come back to this concept a little bit later. And this is kind of a doctor thing. I don't know if other people did this in their presentation, but we always have to have objectives so that you can tell me at the end if we actually met those objectives. So I just put that in. So talking a bit about anti-oppressive practice, consider the impacts of labor standards on health, and considered approaches for dealing with complex societal labor issues. And the picture on the right is from Migrant Rights Network, and there's kind of been ongoing for many years, and in particular in the last little while, a lot of advocacy around status for all, given the federal government is looking at how to change citizenship or allow more options for permanent residency. And so many are advocating for not leaving anyone behind in that process. So I thought I'd just start with a definition of what I mean when I talk about oppression, which is the use of power to disempower, marginalize, silence, or otherwise subordinate one social group or another, often in order to further empower and or privilege the oppressor. And I put in a photo of a poster of Mahsa Amini, and I'm sure many people are following the protests, the uprising in Iran, and just to make the point that, you know, all of these issues are global. I'll be focusing more on our local context, but especially when it comes to labor and workplaces, we are part of a global society, and trends in one place, for example, talking about, you know, immigration to Newfoundland and Labrador has implications for people in other countries, and thinking about, for example, a health initiative has been lately to recruit nurses from India. So I've been thinking a lot about the ethics of doing things like that in terms of are you destabilizing other places? I fully support people in being able to move freely and immigrate and go to where they want to, but it's also the active bringing in of people that I think does need discussion and consideration. I just threw that in. That wasn't a central health opinion. That was my opinion. So I thought I would start with a story, and it wasn't a story I planned to tell, but then when I was talking to Debbie, she had mentioned that she had seen me tweet about this story, and that was something that had caught her eye. And so I thought I would share the story with you. So this is a story about when I was coming back from the US a few months ago, and I was on a plane with my son, and that overhead call that I think a lot of doctors dread said, is there a physician on the plane? And my first thought was, I can't go. I'm a medical officer of health. I don't normally see patients. What am I going to do? And I also do family medicine, but I don't do emergency care. So my first thought was nervousness, but my son was beside me. He's like, Ma, you have to go. I was like, oh, okay. He still thinks I can do this, so I do need to go. I probably would have gone anyways, but when I got there was myself and thankfully another physician who had stepped up, and we were both ends up of a South Asian background and both brown-skinned, which is something I noted when I saw her. But then, of course, we quickly focused on the passenger who needed care, and it was someone actually who was quite sick, and it was kind of nerve-wracking because we were too close to Toronto to divert, but far enough away that it was a really stressful 45 minutes. So I was really thankful when we did arrive in Toronto and the paramedics came onto the plane, or at least one paramedic came onto the plane to take this passenger to the hospital, because that is where they need to go. And then this is when this incident happened that I tweeted about. That is the first and maybe only thing I've ever tweeted. Not that many people pay that much attention, but it actually got a lot of response and interest. And in the plane, what happened was all the passengers were advised to stay sitting. So really, it was just me and this other physician standing with the airline attendant. The paramedic came on, and the attendant started to say, there were two physicians who helped with the patient during the flight, and without missing a beat, the paramedic looked around and said, "Oh, where are they?" And in that moment, I didn't think too much about it, because of course we were all focused on the care of the person who needed to get to the hospital. But afterwards, I did reflect on it a bit. And it's hard because I'm making assumptions around what this person was thinking. But what went through my head was thinking that his first thought was the physicians weren't standing there. Where are they? He needs to find them. And he didn't see the parts of me that usually do give me privilege in this world, which is kind of unearned benefits that I really don't do anything to deserve. But in that moment, he saw two brown-skinned women standing beside a patient or a passenger who was also brown skin. And my thought is that he kind of put us all together and we must all be family. And I don't think he would have had the same reaction if there were two white men who were standing in the aisle. And in a best case scenario, we would have debriefed, we could have talked about this, understood what each other was thinking, but we only had those few minutes. And so that was what I was left with. And so what I thought about that as is a microaggression, which is this idea that every day there are comments and actions that subtly and often unconsciously or intentionally express a prejudiced attitude towards members of a marginal group, such as someone who's racialized. And we talk about microaggressions, but then I think it's always important to put that into a context, that they come from a bigger system. They come from a way of thinking about certain people and groups that allow these kind of daily activities to happen. And I tell the story not for any kind of sympathy, because for the most part, I don't feel like I have to deal with that a lot daily, but I put it out there just to think about how our daily interactions can impact people even without thinking about it. And so I come back to this slide and just encourage people to take a moment to look at the wheel and think about where you sit, and then maybe put yourself into different scenarios. Think about how you are on this wheel might affect your reaction if, say, you get pulled over by a police officer and you are waiting for that person to come to your door. If you are a Black woman, you may have a very different reaction than, say, someone who is brown-skinned and undocumented, or someone who may be a white male. And then on the other side, as a police officer, knowing what we know about how people are racially profiled and targeted in different ways, you may have different feelings about the person that you are pulling over. And I think we can apply that in any kind of situation. There was a lot of really great information in the panel around jobs and applications and processes, that where you on this wheel is going to impact what job you even think about applying for, and people reading those applications are going to read them a certain way depending where you are on here. And then that all connects into this idea of privilege as a backpack, which again is not a new idea. It was put out by Peggy McIntosh a few decades ago. There's someone really lovely who keeps nodding, and it's really giving me energy, so thank you for that. But it's this idea that we all have this backpack, and we don't feel it, we don't see it, but we all have a backpack, and in it is special provisions, maps, passports, keys, things that might help us open doors. And so some people have a lot in their backpack, and it's the type of thing that you don't realize is there because the options are just obvious. I just assumed I would go to university. People assume they can apply for certain jobs, they can go to certain places, they can enter certain spaces, and you're able to because you have these pieces in your backpack, whereas others have very few keys in their backpack. And again, it might not be something that's even consciously thought about. It's just that you have these types of options, and it would not include things like going on to post-secondary education or applying for a certain job or even living in a house that has plumbing that actually works. It's just those are the doors that are open to you, and it can be very different. And I'm going to connect that to one more. This is my last theoretical piece of this, but one more idea that I found, again, really helpful. It's by she's actually a physiotherapist, Stephanie Nixon, and she put together this idea of a coin model of privilege, drawing on many other scholars that have done this type of work. And so what she talks about is this system of inequality, which we are all living within. We are in the society, we are part of this system of inequality. And she talks about the bottom of the coin and all the different groups that are often thought of on the bottom of the coin. And we have all kinds of words that are often used. I know in public health, we often talk about vulnerable or marginalized or priority populations. And all of those terms make me cringe because no one is born any of those labels. They are made to be in those positions because of this system of inequality. But yet we often focus on that bottom of the coin. How do we do things to, quote, help certain groups, become better, to become, part of certain workplaces and, become, access other types of education. But we don't often talk about the top of the coin. There's often not even a word for that we use because we don't kind of target, say, our public health programs towards the top of the coin. There's not really a word that we use to describe that. But if we only think about the bottom of the coin and not acknowledge that in order for that to exist, there needs to be this top of the coin. And until we work across and in solidarity and connect these two sides of the coin, we can't actually get rid of this system of inequality. Which leads me to this quote from a piece by Tanya Canas, and I'm sorry I didn't write down the article that it was from, but it's part of an article that a board that I'm on for the Cabot Trail Writers Festival in Cape Breton. We had started a process of looking at what does anti-oppressive practice look like in an arts festival, and we read a number of different articles, and this was one of them. And she talks about diversity being a white word. It seeks to make sense through the white lens of difference by creating, curating, and demanding palatable definitions of diversity, but only in relation to what this means in terms of whiteness. And I think of this quote as kind of showing what it looks like when you only look at something from the top of the coin. And I know there's been some discussion today, even today, around the language we use, that when we're talking about diversity, diversity in comparison to what? It's often a norm around, whiteness, maleness, heterosexist, all of those pieces when we talk about diversity. And I have seen today, though, it's often used in a way that acknowledges we all have different backgrounds, and I think that's a much better way to use it, but often it is used in a way that only talks about people diverse as being different from the norm. And even words like inclusion, who is doing that including, who is making those decisions, because I think even in some of the conversations today, it's still about kind of bringing people in, whereas it's not people making those decisions themselves. They're being brought into a process. And then we have to think about what are they being brought into, because even if people are brought into a system, if you're just perpetuating the same inequities through that system, it doesn't really change anything. And I know, all of you are in different places. I've talked to many of you, and there's some really great work happening, and the panelists talked about that too. So I think it's all of us who are on this journey, all of our organizations and workplaces are on different journeys, and I think, the important thing is we're all asking these questions about what do we do that causes harm unintentionally or not. So moving on from kind of the theoretical side, I wanted to give a few kind of concrete examples. And I am going to speak a bit more right now around healthcare and public health, because that's what I know best. Also connecting to the fact that people who are healthier often work in supportive workplaces that contribute to their health. So they work together. Healthier people and healthier workplaces, I think, are very connected. But these are all situations where biases and oppression by individuals and organizations have clearly impacted people's health. And I did want to just give a little warning that I was going to tell a story related to some harms that are done particularly to people of Indigenous background. So I just wanted to say that in case that is something that may have kind of a personal impact on anyone in the room. A few examples in healthcare that I just wanted to talk through. Often people who are transgender, they face discrimination when accessing healthcare. This is a quote: "I can speak from my own personal experience that one of the most challenging parts of my coming out process has been access to healthcare. People are often misgendered, they're looked at differently, they're treated differently by healthcare providers." I have a practice where I have a number of patients who are transgender, and I hear many examples of this, and even within my own practice, it's been a constant learning process for me because I need to be better to be able to serve the needs of my patients. Pain control is another example where there's kind of systemic bias in healthcare. There's been studies, for example, looking at how physicians tend to undertreat pain in patients who are Black. It's this kind of embedded sense that not a lower level of pain control is needed because pain can be tolerated better. So it may not even be explicitly said. People may not describe that, but that's what happens often in practice. Same with pain that women may express. There have been a number of studies. This is one where men and women reported similar pain scores, but women were less likely to receive medications. They tended to wait longer to get those medications. And so these are just a few of the examples where even in a profession where we're setting out ideally to help people, we often can do harm. And then I was going to tell two stories. I'm sure people are probably familiar with I hope people are familiar with the stories of the two people that I'll talk about. One of them is Joyce Echaquan, who was a 37-year-old Atikamekw woman who died on September 28th, 2020. In Quebec, we just passed the 2-year anniversary of her death. And what she had done is, as she was in the hospital, as she realized that she was not being treated well by the healthcare staff, she started Facebook Living her experience. And what that video showed was her in distress and being abused by the healthcare workers who were supposed to be caring for her. And they said terrible racist comments, they ignored her pain, they ignored her requests, and she died at the end of that time. So she essentially videotaped the last few minutes of her life. And this is the type of situation where often people point to the individuals. They say, these are, the bad apples. They say things like, this isn't who we are. And I always have a problem with that because, of course, we need to address the individual actions. Things like that are never acceptable, but they never come out of a vacuum. And the premier at that time said there was no systemic racism in Quebec. He talked about, yes, these actions were wrong, but they don't represent anything bigger than that. And this is despite community members who for years had talked about not being treated well in the hospital. And I think in a province where the fact that a premier would deny systemic racism when really there is no institution untouched by racism attests to how deep the barriers are to be able to change some of these systemic issues. And then one other story that really stays with me is about Brian Sinclair. So Brian Sinclair was a 45-year-old Indigenous man and a resident of Winnipeg who used a wheelchair. And in 2008, he died in the waiting room of the most comprehensive emergency department in Manitoba. And he had been seen at an urgent care clinic not long before that. His family physician, the family physician he saw determined the pain he was having meant that he needed to have his catheter changed. They weren't able to do it in the clinic. They said he needed to go to the hospital. He wasn't keen to go by ambulance, so they sent him in a taxi with a letter from the physician explaining what his situation was. And as you kind of learn about what happens next, I kind of feel like, your heart sinks further and further, because what happened when he got to the hospital was that person after person, from the first staff who spoke with him to the nurses to the security guards, they failed to follow proper processes, and they ignored or dismissed his progressively worsening condition. And because they felt like they knew him from before, they knew that he was underhoused, they assumed he was drunk and that he just needed to, quote, sleep it off. And so even with escalating concern from patients in the waiting room, which is maybe the one light in the story, in that patients tried to bring attention to him, and eventually a woman who had come back for a second time and realized this man was still sitting here and hadn't been seen yet, it wasn't until he had died that he was actually brought in for care, for CPR, that of course was not useful. And he had spent almost 36 hours in that emergency department. And so what had started as an almost certainly treatable condition eventually led to his death. And 150 patients had come into the ER and been triaged in the time that Brian Sinclair had been sitting there. And the story, it's been told in many places, but this is how it's told from the Brian Sinclair Working Group, which was tasked with making recommendations to address racism in healthcare, given that systemic racism was seen as a primary factor that led to his death. And I think about this story because, no worker in that hospital went to work that day intending to do any kind of harm. But as a group, they collectively, without communicating it to each other, collectively perpetuated that racism that is part of any institution. And the reason I keep these two terrible stories in my mind has been articulated by a good friend who's named Desmond Cole, and he's an activist based in Toronto, and he wrote a book called The Skin We're In, A Year of Black Resistance and Power. And he talks about how he can't walk away from anti-racist work because he lives the racism daily. He doesn't have that option. So I try to keep that in mind when I could walk away from, and I do, I'm sure I do, I know I do walk away from many situations where you could be more vocal, you could be more active. But I think about him and him saying, it's just not possible for him to walk away. So some of that urgency, I feel like, it needs to kind of be part of our workplaces, part of our culture. And all of these individual stories, they translate into trends we see across communities, which is often what I look at in public health. We look at kind of bigger picture information about communities. And just in terms of how that translate into bigger trends. For example, I think we all know some of the trends that we saw through the pandemic, Often Ontario, I'm using a few Ontario examples because unfortunately there's a lot more data to be able to analyze because so many people were impacted. So when you look at the workers most impacted by the pandemic, they were the people who were called essential workers, which often meant they were lower paid, often racialized, often not working in very good conditions and at much higher risk of acquiring COVID-19. And these were the people that were more likely to die from COVID-19 in the end, even more than as much as in healthcare. We were extremely worried and took lots of precautions. We had a lot of those supports to be able to do so most of the time. Definitely there were challenges with that also. And you can see that when you just even look at across a population. So this is a map of the Greater Toronto Area. And just as one example, again, because they have so much information that they can draw on, unfortunately, the red on the kind of outskirts of these areas tend to be parts of the Greater Toronto Area where people tend to be racialized, tend to be Black, tend to be newcomers, tend to be refugees, tend to be working in these essential workplaces, and also were the people that were most likely to be hospitalized and die from COVID-19. Whereas in contrast, on the right side, this is from 2021, but you can see that the center, which is darker, is where there were much higher vaccination rates. So that tended to be the area that tended to be wealthier, tended to be whiter, tended to be people who could work from home. And so there's a number of reasons why there is that contrast, but I think just looking at inequities that played out in the pandemic, there were just many, many injustices that occurred. I did just want to throw this in because we are trying to, I shouldn't say we, there is a researcher who's trying to get a bit more data around experiences of COVID-19 in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I said I would put in a plug for her study. Dhaneshwari she lives in St. John's, and her contact information is there. So if you did have COVID-19 during the pandemic, which I assume probably quite a few people in this room did, she is looking for a few more people to interview. And if you do know people, especially those who may have felt challenged to be able to meet public health requirements, or were challenged in their workplaces, say without paid sick days, she would be very interested in talking with you. So just to connect this a bit to workplaces, and I think some of this was described already and really in a lot of detail, so I don't think I need to kind of add a lot to that. But this is an example which I'm sure people have seen, but what I hadn't realized is the studies that look at people who have names, who are applying for jobs who have names who may not be considered white names, are less likely to be hired. But I hadn't realized quite how many studies have showed this over how many years, and that's what really struck me. So from 2009, 2014, 2017, it's study after study that's showing the same thing. And so I just put that out as part of the HR processes that we need to have in place, and many more were noted during the panel. But the fact that this is still occurring, 20 years into doing research is a bit disheartening, but it also means that we need to be doing more to be able to change that. There's also other examples. This is from St. John's recently, which I'm sure is a story people have heard around young women who were at work and were threatened and felt that violence in their workplace and felt unsafe there. And so at the Anti-Racism Coalition of Newfoundland and Labrador, and I'm sure ANC hears many of these stories of people who feel unsafe in their workplaces with their coworkers within their workspace, as well as from people who they interact with, particularly in service industries. And then one last example, again, that ARC-NL has been quite involved in is around access to healthcare, which I think is also an issue for workers. We have many workers who come here from outside of Canada who fall through gaps, who don't qualify for healthcare. And I think that both, of course, has a personal impact on them. It impacts their ability to be able to contribute to their workplace. And for those who are tied to their employer for access to healthcare, it makes it even more challenging for them to speak out about that because they don't want to lose their job, their work, their healthcare. And so we have seen that things can change. We have seen that people who have come from Ukraine were offered MCP on arrival, which I think is fantastic, which shows that we can do this. We can offer MCP to people who are residents of this province, and I think we need to do that for all. Yes. Thanks. And at the time, I found this quote interesting, and I couldn't find the spoken quote. I had watched the video of it, talking about not being aware of systemic, the Minister of Health at the time talking about not being aware of systemic gaps in MCP coverage. And I put this in not to target any particular individual, but I personally think we need to start with the premise that there is a systemic gap in whatever system, whatever institution, whatever policy, and we need to find it and deal with it rather than saying that there is no systemic gap. And then I just briefly wanted to touch on kind of broader workplace policies, and I'm not sure how many people and how many organizations here would fall under, needing to look at some of these pieces in particular, but I don't want to assume because there may well be. So I did speak with the Workers' Action Network of Newfoundland and Labrador, as well as the Better Way Alliance, and their recommendations actually are quite in line with each other. So talking with the Workers' Action Network, the pieces that they most emphasized are around fair wages, which I think is fairly clear. We do have living wage calculations for Newfoundland and Labrador, so if people aren't paying those wages within their organizations, they definitely should be looking at that. We all know a minimum wage is not enough to actually have a decent life. Paid sick days is another piece, and I have to say, as a public health person, it hurts my heart that as one of the kind of main public health measures of the pandemic, we have not had kind of legislated required paid sick days for people, because it just, whether it's pandemic or day-to-day life, people need to be able to stay home when they are sick or injured or take care of themselves or their kids, whatever they need to do with those days. And I didn't actually realize till I talked to Mark with Workers' Action Network that in Newfoundland and Labrador, I knew we had 7 unpaid sick days that are required, which doesn't change people needing to decide between, do you stay home and lose your income or go to work sick? But if you take that 8th day, it constitutes a broken service. So if you needed a certain amount of days of work to qualify for different benefits, you are back at day 1. So again, often labor standards are the minimum, but they're not enough to actually support people. And then the last piece is scheduling. So again, I'm not sure how many people in this room this might apply to, but just the fact that's been brought up by workers in the province in this area, that scheduling is a significant issue for them, not having consistent hours, not having enough hours, not having enough notice of their hours. So if that applies to any of your workplaces, it's something that I think would be very much supported by workers. And so I was thinking, I'm not like the 10 practical tips person that a lot of people today have been, which I've really appreciated, but I wanted to just kind of come to an end shortly around just some questions to consider. I think it sounds like a lot of you are already thinking about these questions and these types of issues, and if you haven't, there's never any better time to start than now. And if you have already started, think about whether your actions are truly addressing the power imbalances that are embedded in all of our organizations. And if you have models that are working, like today, it's been great to see them shared, to build those relationships and have us all learn from each other. So I think considering how our positionality influences the policies and behaviors in our workplaces, because we bring our history. I did hear a bit of the first speaker this morning talking about her history. That shapes, how any of us walk into any room and how we interact with people. It will shape the policies that we put into place. It will shape the behaviors that we put out, that others, how we interact with others. Think about the day-to-day practices in your workplaces, and again, the panel talked about kind of different areas that can be, whether it's your hiring practices, your HR policies, even how you run a meeting. Things like meetings can be incredible barriers for people, because some people know exactly what rules they need to follow for a meeting, whereas others may not, and it's the separation between those who have been kind of part of a system that runs meetings in a certain way and others who may not be familiar with that. And this whole idea of kind of encouraging creativity, is part of that, having an anti-oppressive organization or anti-oppressive practices, part of what you're seeing as fostering creativity, which I assume by all of you being here, it definitely is part of your thinking. And then just thinking a bit more broadly, we all have often a place where we can influence broader policies in our local municipalities, in our province, and I think that's something we should always be thinking of, because as much as we can make kind of changes at an individual level, often they do need that provincial support. And so I just finished by kind of, again, thinking about how our own knowledge, attitudes, and perspectives shape ourselves, shape the workplaces that we're in, how it shapes our dynamics in our families, our communities, and how that shapes the policies and practices that may both be supporting people, but others that may be doing harm. And in the ideas outline, it talked about needing to move beyond hiring a diverse workforce, which is true, but I feel like all the good points have been made already. But as someone said, that takes deliberate effort. And it means breaking down the existing power structures that exist in all of our organizations. It means creating relationships that don't exist right now across groups and across workplaces. And it means being uncomfortable often, especially for anyone who is in any kind of position of authority or power. And that's okay. I think when you feel uncomfortable, that's a good thing, because it means that you're trying to unlearn and learn. And so I'm leaving on this photo of my favorite place. Well, if I knew St. John's better, it could be my favorite place, but it still is Cape Breton or Unama'ki. And a quote that I like by Tricia Hershey, and she talks about rest being a form of resistance, which is just this idea that as we are all doing very hard and challenging work, it is also a form of resistance to care for ourselves and take the time to make sure that we have the energy to do this work. And that is all. Thanks. Debbie had told me I could be verbose, but I'm not that verbose.
And well, we have the floor now. I've got the mic, so anyone that has questions for Dr. Dutt, I will come around. Do I see any hands? I'm going to give it a moment, because this morning there were no hands, and then all of a sudden we had lots of questions.
Well, my son did take off his headphones. That's my son.
Did you have a question for your mom? No.
No.
Oh, we've got one here. All right. See, we just have to get it started.
I will say, I always feel like questions, there's always a lot of knowledge in the room, so I'm also a big fan of if other people have things to answer, please do.
I don't know how much knowledge I have, but thank you for the implication. Thank you for your presentation. It was really wonderful. I know a lot of us at this table are from creative organizations, so the public health is not really my realm at all. I'm not really familiar with it, but I'm interested today. There's been a lot of talk about the emphasis on dialogue and creating conversations as being this important piece to unlearning and moving forward and creating these spaces. And I'm wondering how you envision a practical approach to moving beyond the dialogue and beyond the conversations, to apply it. Do you know what I mean?
I do, and that's, I was trying to, I know one of my asks was to have something like that, here are the next steps, and I feel like it's so different in different workplaces and different contexts. So in different organizations, I'm part of taking stock of where you are and setting, there was discussion about the accountability, where are we trying to get to? What are our timelines? Where are we trying to go? So I feel like that's probably the biggest step. As an organization, it sounds like you've started that work. Have you said, this is where we want to go? And it's never going to be a finished process, but over the next few months, over the next year, what do we want to change? What do we want to see at the end of that? That's probably the biggest piece, because I think a risk sometimes is you can spend a lot of time talking and having meetings and consulting and doing all of that and not taking action. But that being said, the relationship piece, I think, is one of the biggest parts of it, that unless you feel that connection with the other groups and people and organizations, you're not going to be able to make those changes. And I work in, a health authority, and I think a lot of work is done to try to make those connections. But then at the same time, there's always that hierarchy, and part of me wants to just get rid of that hierarchy. And how do we do that? And what does that look like? And you're almost trying to imagine like a whole new system, which unless we get rid of capitalism, we can't quite do. But within those confines, what is this? What do we want it to be, and how are we getting there? I don't know. Do others have thoughts? I feel like that could be a good group question.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your submission. This is just, I'm just sharing what I would define as an advice to all of us. We are pointing fingers. Yes, there are things that really are reality. I'm very careful with my words because I'm still new, so I don't want to rub shoulders with the system. So,
Dr. Dutt, for your enlightening discussion here today. We certainly enjoyed it. Thank you. I actually have a two-part question. So what struck me, a lot of things struck me here today, but I was particularly interested in when you mentioned names in applying for jobs, that someone with a foreign-sounding name might be less likely to be called for an interview. And now, if we go on the flip side to that, say somebody in computer sciences, they could be, stereotyping and say a lot of Asians or South Asians are in that field. So when employers see an Asian or a South Asian name, they may say, wow, I've got to hire this person. I've got to have them come in for an interview. And say if you have a white employee, say, they might think, oh, well, because this person is Asian or South Asian, that's why they got the job. And I've heard these types of things. So, for me, I would like to know how not only does the employer deal with that when they're confronted, but how do you explain to your staff that maybe you see value in this person because of the experience, because of what they've studied, and from this person's experience too, the employers. So just to clarify that with the staff. And the other question is, or the other statement is, what is your favorite resource lately for this kind of work that you do? Thank you.
There may be others who have like HR specific recommendations, so I will ask about that in a minute. But when you were talking, I was thinking about kind of the downsides of having good stereotypes about people and groups too. So that idea of a model minority, that certain groups are smarter, better, and that happens often with people of South Asian background, that there may be assumptions made about them being, they're going to be the doctors, they're going to be the engineers, or whatever group it is. So I think that is also harmful, because often people don't recognize that there can also be racism against some of those groups. It also divides, it's a way of dividing different groups and people so that there's more kind of a sense of competition. Like there's lots of, say, anti-Black racism within South Asian communities. There's all kinds of layers that come into that, which is a kind of much bigger discussion. I think it's probably from the HR side, if others had thoughts, just in terms of what practices make the most sense in terms of what's current evidence. Is it better to have non-identifying, CVs? Is it better to have identifying, but in a culture where people are appreciating these different experiences and backgrounds rather than putting people into boxes because of those experiences and backgrounds? I don't know. Does anyone else have comments about how they've kind of dealt with that aspect of trying to ensure Vincent?
Great to see you.
Hi.
We've typically only connected on
Yes.
through Zoom.
You're all real.
So it's kind of a long story. So I've managed anywhere from 3 to 350 people. And I've been fortunate enough that my name is Vincent Estick. And so getting interviews, never been an issue for me. I've had friends, that, however, that have had more ethnic names and very talented, very smart people, and but they've had difficulties getting that initial interview solely just because of the names in terms of what we were talking about. At one of the organizations that I started a number of years ago, when we were 4 people, it was easy not to look at a name, but to definitely look at the qualifications, what they brought to the table, et cetera, where they were located, and so forth. As we grew to 300 and change people, the one thing that I noted was exactly that, was that management began to look at staff based on, and hire based on name. And then name was based on role within the organization, so engineering, support, et cetera. So as an owner of the company and a founder, what I started to do was intercept resumes. And I would remove the names off the resumes, the titles, the names off the resumes. So you only had an opportunity to look through their skills, experience, et cetera, not even their schooling, because I removed most of that work as well. That's one of the ways in which we did it as an organization, because I've been I've experienced it myself. The other thing as well is that we need to be careful. I'm a little older than some of the people in the room, so going back 30 years, when I worked at IBM, by example, they had this initiative. It was a racial equality initiative and whatnot. So they were actually paid to hire people of color, minorities, and so on. The issue that arose was that people in the organization that were non-ethnic, non-BIPOC, they kind of looked down at you. They perceived that you received the job solely because of the color of your skin, and they discounted you immediately. Those are the types of things that we need to be careful of here as well. Diversity, equity, all of these things that we're talking about. Organizations, are they going out and are they just looking to support this new, I call it a trend, because it's always been there from my perspective. But as a minority-owned business owner here in Newfoundland for the last 10 years, my issue is a little different. There's a lot of people who do not want to work for someone of my color, and I'm fine with that, right? But there's the flip side to that as well, is that when I do hire within my own community, they expect different treatment, and I don't play that game. So it's a double-edged sword, irrespective of it doesn't matter what side you're standing on. It is a double-edged sword, and we've got to be extremely careful in terms of how we approach it, right? So.
I was thinking about one resource that popped to mind that kind of connects, because I've been taking a lot more labor studies courses and thinking about labor and health much more in detail. Just one podcast that I think is pretty accessible. It's called Belabored, and it's by a woman named Sarah Jaffe, who also wrote a book called Work Won't Love You Back. And I've really liked her podcast and her book, just talking about kind of the systems that create our workplace and what we need to change about them to make them be more supportive environment. So that's the first thing that pops to mind. There's lots of public health specific stuff that may not be as interesting. And even just organizations like ARCA and the Anti-Racism Coalition of Newfoundland Labrador, ANC, I think those relationships lead to more resources. So that's also been a great place for me to learn. Black Health Alliance, yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right, so this is on now. First of all, Dr. Dutt, great presentation, I must say. I was taking few notes as well, as I work in a similar field, which is presentation field, not as a medical doctor. I'm brown too. My full name is Sanchita Chakrabarti. I work as a diversity officer with the Association for New Canadians, and my boss is standing right there, right behind me, backing me up, Debbie. And my wonderful colleague there, Renata, helping me sometime to take the notes as well. I have a question one of our online viewers has sent. I thought this would be a great time to ask you this question. The question is, employers often misunderstand equality and equity. Sometimes newcomers might need different requirements to integrate into the system. What advice would you give to an organization
to encourage equity?
Sorry, I forgot about people online. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm sure people have seen that graphic around kind of equality versus equity and the people who are on the different sized, I guess, boxes trying to look over at a game. And equality is when everyone is treated the same way. Equity is when they have, different size boxes to be able to get them to see over. And then you get into things like liberation by just getting rid of the whole fence. And then someone talked about dancing versus being invited, like you're out on the field with the players. There's all different ways of looking at it. Yeah, I think we are still often stuck in equality of treating everyone the same way because this is our policy, this is the way we do things. But say with hiring, it may mean, again, like has been talked about, you're thinking of experiences in a different way than just what is on a CV. And not only that, you are supporting the people who have applied for that job. If you do hire them, what do you do to make sure that they feel supported in that environment? I think often there's kind of the statement that says we encourage, people to be applying, but then what does it actually mean? Does it mean that you're changing how you consider, different people applying and you consider their background in a different way? In public health, we talk about kind of universal programs and targeted programs. So I think you could think about something similar, that sometimes universal programs are the right way to go, that in the end it benefits everybody. So thinking about like a universal basic income, like that could be something that could have some benefit to everyone, but will definitely support and bring people up to a basic income in particular ways, where some things you really do need to be targeted. So I think thinking about it in that way in your business, as your employer, are we trying to do things that will benefit everybody? I'm rambling a bit because now I'm thinking about also in countries that have less inequality, they overall tend to be healthier. So it's that idea that if we are kind of having everyone at a same level, it's better for everybody in some ways, but you need to work to get there. So right now we have so much inequity. We are far from anything of that type. So that's an all-over answer. But yeah, I think it's that idea of if you are striving for equity, what are the pieces you are putting in place that truly do support certain groups? And again, it's who's making that decision, which is problematic in the first place. I mean, someone in power is deciding how to support a specific group or person, but that's where we are right now. Until that person is the one also making decisions, we do need to look at an approach that encourages equity.
Wow, this is great. Debbie, am I allowed to ask another question? Okay. That was online viewers' question. This is my question now. And, okay, so as I just mentioned, Dr. Dutt, again, thank you very much for that answer, the previous answer you just gave. Quite simplistically, you made it very clear that, equity, equality is not the same platform they're standing on. So as I just mentioned as a facilitator myself in this idea field, I did find that pyramid of unlearn, listen, reflect, and act.
Yeah.
The act part is, I find, even the easier part, Dr. Dutt.
Yeah.
I found the foundation of that pyramid, the unlearn part, is the hardest one. And especially, I'll tell you what I mean by that. I can read the question, what I just wrote down. I see in various communities, including some of my own, and by saying some of my own, please don't get offended that I'm creating them versus us. No, maybe I'm meaning my mom and dad in this, my own. And if you're coming from a Bengali culture, like I come from,
Oh, me too.
you too. And you can feel my pain. My mom is the decision maker, not my dad in the family. And in Bengali culture, sometimes women are kind of the, like Debbie, boss in the family. Anyway, jokes apart. If you can joke with your boss, imagine how good your boss is, right? She makes your workplace wonderful. So, all right, back to the seriousness. So I see in various communities, including some of my own, there is resistance to the first level, that is the unlearning part I'm talking about. And especially what I mean by that in collective societies, collectivism, the culture of collectivism that we Bengalis come from, for example, or many Indian culture comes from. So what would be your take on how to encourage this in more collective cultures or in communities such as ours? Newcomers, let's take newcomers communities. Unlearning can be very, very challenging to some extent, as we talked about the invisible backpack.
Yeah,
Is
when
it
you're-
too much of a
No,
question?
I was thinking about how, like, say, after the murder of George Floyd, a group of women of South Asian background were all in healthcare in some way. One of the actions that we said we need to take is, as a group, look at how we fit into these anti-Black racist structures and what are we doing to perpetuate that. So I do think, that first step is actually recognizing that there could be a problem, and that's sometimes the hardest step. If people don't acknowledge that there's an issue, then it's hard to move forward. But even if there's that spark of, can we collectively talk about our role and what roles we might be playing? And I'm not sure if you're meaning kind of newcomers coming together to look at something like that, or how others might be treating certain groups and people who come to the province. But I think like that dialogue piece is often, I think, that first step of the unlearning. And I do think, though, it does take that initial, it takes some kind of spark, like someone needs to start that process, and it can happen at a very, small group level. It can happen as an individual, it can happen as a group, it can happen as a workplace. But I think that's that first step to saying, like, this is something we need to do. Let's start somewhere. Let's start those conversations. There's all kinds of readings and different things you can use as a starting point, and then you start to look at all the different ways in which you might be part of those structures. Like, thinking of myself in public health, like, say through the pandemic, I was part of all kinds of structures that created conditions that made people's lives incredibly hard. And I know I'm part of that. And I really struggled with that. I was part of border measures, which is a very weird thing to be like thinking about how I'm part of like excluding people from being able to travel, and everyone, I think, maybe not to that, hopefully not that extreme in some ways, but we all are part of those pieces. And if we think about it each day, we are part of those structures that are sometimes quite harmful. So I think it's really deliberately interrogating, like, whether it's in your workplace or in your family, like in every space, we are part of creating these structures. And so coming together to think, it could be a conversation with your child about, like, how do we make decisions in our family? Or it could be, in your workplace, like, how are we even designing how we sit in our workplace? Like, there's every single piece, it's sometimes a bit overwhelming, but you could pick, very actively, these are what we want to look at. We started, I mentioned the Cabot Trail Writers Festival. We started with just reading a few pieces, and then it changed how we organized the festival. And then we had feedback from authors that said, we felt incredibly safe at this festival. It's, and getting feedback like that makes you realize, okay, those changes do make a difference, and we have done that. But yeah, sometimes within your own communities can be, I think, some of the hardest places, because these are the people you're often closest to, and to have those conversations can be really challenging.
All right.
Thank you. Amar cheleo bangla bolte pare.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for this session, and it's so good to see Bengali people.
We could start our own little.
Yes, and I'm also from Bangladesh, and it's so interesting to have this session, and I have learned so much, and I have been able to change my perspective and learn about many things from your session. So one of the things you have mentioned, and also one of the things I've seen in general when representing people from different colors, is that mostly in workplaces, first the priority is for the people from black community, and I've seen the representation of black people. For example, the example I've shown from intersectionality is how like there is difference from like white women. There is a difference of experience from white women to black women for intersectionality, but for the representation and also in the coin that you've shown is that it was black versus not black. So for the racialized people, for example, people from different other ethnic backgrounds except for indigenous people, and for example, people of brown skin or maybe other races. So I was wondering what kind of initiatives are you taking as in the medical or healthcare industry to promote promote the intersectionality or racism for people from many different colors of people in color, not just black communities. For example, for intersectionality, people brown people of one religion can have different experiences from people from another religion. So, or people, straight brown people can have different experience from the people from the 2SL LGBTQ A+ communities. So, what kind of initiatives are you taking in the healthcare industry to promote intersectionality as a whole, from the representation of people from other backgrounds from different countries?
Yeah, I think it's just the overall point that we try to put these categories together that don't encompass experiences in any kind of comprehensive way. When you need to check off, one box on a list of different identities, and those identities themselves are often kind of socially constructed. So we've created these entities that people need to put themselves in. At the same time, often people want to be able to identify because they want to be able to describe an issue, describe a problem, describe something they're really proud of, and they want it to be reflected. A few things that I've been involved in, say, a pandemic example was initially we did not collect any information around, in a systematic way, around people's kind of racial and ethnic background. We changed that during the pandemic. It was always optional. People could answer or not, but at least to be able to give us a bit more understanding, to be able to see how people of different backgrounds, and you could choose more than one option, knowing that there's often, people, especially with racial background, it might be multiple different identities. So that was one piece of it. One of the health authorities I'm part of, we're trying to start with gathering that information about staff to understand, like, what are the different identities that you may identify with, and then understanding, what does that mean to you in the workplace, and, are you feeling supported with those different roles is another piece of it. I think some specific examples, again, I've only worked in Newfoundland and Labrador during the pandemic, so all my examples are pandemic related, but it did come kind of from pushing from community around a lot of services and vaccines and other pieces were most accessible if you had a health card. And ARC-NL and others had done a lot to say, people who are often, a whole mix of racialized backgrounds as well as undocumented or don't have a health card for different reason. Those are people who are having a lot of trouble getting, when there was a vaccine passport, when you wanted to register for a vaccine. So trying to change that. There were some pieces put in place. It wasn't as easy as I might have liked it to be in the end, but trying to recognize that there are, very different groups trying to access, pandemic COVID-19 related services, and because of these different identities, being, a student who doesn't have a health card, and on top of that also being from a racialized background, they are being put in a much more challenging situation when they may also be at higher risk of getting the infection. Those are a few examples I can think of off the top of my head.
We have
but
one
yeah, I think
last
there's
question.
it's the balance of trying to design things in a way that will be helpful, but realizing you will never accommodate every single different identity, but how do you still do it in a way that's sensitive and nuanced and recognizing that people come from different places. I think that's something we're all trying to figure out how to do well, because we can't just put people into boxes.
We have one more question
Oh.
here. She just has a very short question.
I'll try to make it short. It's kind of in response to a lot of what the other questions were about, so I didn't want to like hold it until later. But that coin slide you presented was really interesting, because I think it, like, can you go back to that for a sec, if possible? Thank you for your presentation as well. I've never seen this before, but when I was looking at it, it almost seems binary in and of itself, where it's you know, there's just two sides of the coin, but we don't really get that intersectionality integrated into it. So even if you just take one of them, the purple line, black versus not black, well, what about everything else in between, right? And we should all be part of these conversations, regardless of where you're from, what your background is, whether or not you have all of that privilege. And that's something that's been kind of frustrating me, is that I want to be involved, I want to contribute, and I don't want to take up other people's time or space or discredit what they're saying either. But at the same time, I sometimes don't feel seen when we have this binary dichotomy of white versus black, or cis versus not cis, or what have you. So that's kind of what I want to bring up.
Point taken from both of you. I think that's a really helpful observation. And if either of you have good models that you have seen, I know I have another one that I like that is much more complicated, but maybe it has to be complicated because it isn't a binary, as you've said.
Just in Dr. Dutt's, not defense or anything, but I think that when you see things on a scale and says black, non-black, I don't think specifically they're leaving out people from Bangladesh or Emma or people from Asia. I think they use it as a model, and I think it's because if you're black, usually you're more often targeted than any other group, and stats will show that. But I don't think it means that they're disregarding any other race or anything else. I think they're grouping it all together.
No, and maybe just to add to that, I think the history of people who are black and people who are Indigenous in this country is a specific history that does also need to be acknowledged, as much as other groups. Definitely we need a better way to represent that. But yeah, I think often, especially black history, is often not known by many in the country, and Indigenous history is clearly a very specific area that I do think is sometimes Indigenous and non-Indigenous is a binary we do need to think about.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. I know, I'm like leaning.
A question for you. Do you practice in Newfoundland and Labrador?
I practice as a medical officer of health.
Oh.
I'm not taking patients.
I need a doctor. Is there a doctor in the house? No. I gotta ask, right? Thank you so much, Dr. Dutt. And one of the things that I just wanted to acknowledge was that today we've heard the word unlearning quite a bit since this morning, and I don't think, or I don't think somebody said it, but it's not unlearning specifically from one group. I think it's unlearning from every single human being, of changing our ways of thinking. So I just wanted to put that out there because I noticed that was talked about for a bit. Last year, I think Dr. Bolo's not here, but last year's presentation, Dr. Bolo did talk about resume whitening, changing your name to fit into the mainstream. So that was, we had that discussion last year. So it's interesting, Dr. Dutt, that you covered a little bit of that. And yeah, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the person who's been here for a few months. Is that you, sir? Yeah, I appreciate the way you're looking at everything through your lens, very new to the province and to the country. So I appreciate your opinion and views as well. So now we are going to move on to our last letter of the day, which ironically is the letter A. A is always like a great place to start, beginning of the alphabet, person's last name. And I think that although we're ending the day with A, it's just the start of work that we are still doing in our workplaces, our schools, and our communities. So let's get to our panel. A is for anti-racism. So we have an excellent panel of guests today. First, I'd like to welcome to the panel section. If we can just have this up, because I think the panel has to sit there, the screen. Vincent Estick was born of Caribbean roots and raised in Ontario. He has lived and learned in US, East Africa, and the EU, and has more than 20 years of international business development experience. He relocated to NL 11 years ago. As a tech industry senior executive, he worked with Fortune 100 and 500 companies. He is an entrepreneur, founding Ideal Group of Companies and Heck Enterprises, plus a futurepreneur mentor who spearheads programs empowering Black entrepreneurs. He serves on many boards and committees and is a founding member of the National Aurora Black Caucus. Vincent? Up next, we've got Rachel Gilbert. Rachel is a Canadian American of mixed race descent living in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. She works with symbolic painting, drawings, and new media tools to explore her identity. Sorry, yeah, over there. And Rachel's already making her way up, that's fine. Rachel, since receiving a BFA in Visual Arts in 2020 and a graduate certificate in the Museum of Gallery Studies in 2021, Rachel has worked with the Rooms Provincial Art Gallery, St. Michael's Print Shop, and Eastern Edge Gallery, focusing on community programming and outreach. Serving on several boards and committees, Rachel is interested in working to increase diversity, associability, and inclusion in the arts. Welcome, Rachel. Next up, we've got Santiago Guzman. Santiago is an award-winning playwright, dramaturg, performer, and director, originally from Metpet, Mexico, or Medico. Now based in St. John's, Newfoundland, he's the artistic director of Toto's Production and the artistic associate for Playwrights Atlantic Resource Center. Santiago's work aims to put locals, underrepresented narratives, and characters on the front line. Welcome, Guzman. Joining us via live stream from Corner Book, we have Erica Hurley. There's Erica. Ms. Hurley is a Mi'kmaq woman from the west coast of Newfoundland and Labrador and an assistant professor with MUN's Faculty of Nursing. Cross-appointed to Grenfell Campus's School of the Arts and Social Science in Interdisciplinary Humanities, some of her interests are Indigenous rights, health, wellness, identity, and research. Erica is also a PhD candidate in the Faculty of Nursing program at the University of Alberta. Her dissertation is focused on co-examining what heart means to Mi'kmaq women from the west coast of NL. Welcome, Erica. Our moderator for this session is our very own Renata Lang. Renata's ANC's Diversity and Public Education team. Renata hails from Mississauga, Ontario, but she has called Conception Bay South her home for the last 15 years. Renata obtained her Bachelor in Political Science and a certificate in Public Policy from Memorial University. Serving 2 terms on the MUN Student Union Executive, she worked alongside university's administration, government, and colleagues nationwide to advance student issues and human rights. In her spare time, she organizes her local grassroots groups and lends herself to broadcasting and events. Renata, take it away.
Psst. Are you there?
Oh, yes.
Test, test. Good afternoon, everyone. So you likely have seen me throughout the day puttering around throughout the venue space. And so it's so nice to join you from a different perspective across the room and get to have a conversation and dialogue with you all. Not only my privilege to be part of the team that's put together this event today, but as you've heard in my day work as a diversity officer, we also facilitate sessions and learning and get to have great conversations with people from so many different industries and backgrounds regarding diversity, immigration, and anti-racism. And as we're getting into the subject matter of our last content segment of the day, I want us to reflect on the conversation and even addressing the issue of racism head on. I have found is fairly new for us to directly and explicitly acknowledge. I find en masse and especially in this province. It wasn't that long ago, as has been referred to throughout the session today, pre the murder of George Floyd, when I was in spaces, and I'm sure many of you, with anti-racism, it was considered a more radical idea, to be frank. It was considered more fringe, and it wasn't considered not only not a conversation to have in various spaces, but it wasn't considered a part of employment. It wasn't considered a part of workplace equity and wellness. And so I also want us to consider that context and consider the work of so many organizers and advocates that have been doing this work for decades in order for us to get to a place where we can have this conversation front and center today. I'm also going to give us a little bit of an additional consideration. In Canada, we have official policies of multiculturalism, and it emphasizes the value of cultural diversity and focuses on equality. And so there are strong societal norms that can absolutely downplay the significance of racism in our society. Some forms of racism, as we know, are explicit, others are systemic, and even normalized from the foundations of our colonial societies. Engaging in anti-racism has its challenges. It may require some of us to decenter our existing worldview and step into a new one. For others, it requires us to get vulnerable in a place where many of us are told to be grateful for what we have or what we've been given. But if you're here with us today, I'm guessing that you are already on board with this line of work and you believe in this goal and you recognize its importance in our workplaces and how racism exists as a barrier for employees and members of organizations doing their best and brightest work. Now, you've heard more than enough from me, so I'll pivot over to my panelists here today. Thank you for 3 of you joining me here in person, and of course to Erica online streaming in. And of course, we'll be very mindful to try to balance conversations from all persons. So nice to see the 3 of you again as we are acquainted, and nice to meet you, Erica. Why don't I start with Erica on the live stream? What does anti-racism mean to you in your field of work?
Well, first I'd like to say hello to everyone, and you can hear me okay? Yes. Perfect. Okay.
Perfect.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks for having me here to start. I think that's a really good question. I come from the healthcare field, being a registered nurse, but worked in nursing education for over 15 years before moving into academic position at Memorial. I think anti-racism work is just embedded in who I am. Specifically, being Mi'kmaq and growing up here in Newfoundland, Labrador. Racism is something I've faced all my life. And it's also very difficult not to talk about racism when it's really embedded into the systemic fibers of the institutions, particularly where I work and where I have to care for individuals. So anti-racism work, I guess, really is about confronting, discussing, but also I think providing safe space. So this ability to create relationships with individuals, to have difficult conversations, but also to be able to have someone that they feel they can discuss things with. But that is challenging too, also sometimes when individuals do not acknowledge some of the conversational information provided to them. And I think it's just an ongoing work that we're doing in all these different areas.
Thank
I'll
you.
stop there.
Thank you, Erica. How about Santiago? Can you share with me, perhaps in just a few lines, as someone who is a creator and of course a performer, many kinds, what does anti-racism work look like or mean to you in your field?
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for sticking around. Yes, my name is Santiago Guzman, and I think that for me and the work that I do, specifically in theater and film, which are my primary areas of focus, anti-racism looks like confronting stereotypes, addressing those harmful behaviors in the workplace. When it comes to theater and film are community spaces, and I think a lot about in the way that we create those relationships to nurture creative spaces, a creative practice, a piece of art. So I think about that, how do we allow ourselves to be fully ourselves, but also to acknowledge that we are all participating in a system that was given to us. And that, this system that we are all a part of has historically benefited some at the expense of others. And I think that, understanding that we are all a part of that system and that we all have a responsibility in dismantling it is significant. So who would have thought that you could do that in theater and film? Thank you.
So I'll allow all of our panelists to address the same question. Vincent, how about yourself?
I've been struggling with an answer. I don't think my mic is working. I've been struggling with an answer as the session began. I'd like to thank everyone, all the participants, for actually sticking around until late day for this session. It's appreciated. And I'm still struggling. I will still struggle with an answer because, as Santiago mentioned, facing it head on, dismantling the systems and so forth, it still goes back to, singularity. It's a single thing. It is unlearning. And as both an employer and, someone looking for an opportunity, we need to unlearn our own stereotypes and stigmatisms and so forth before we actually, open that door or put that the job, the position online. In my space, in the spaces that I play in, it is a little different because for the most part, one side is a blue collar, right? In terms of the businesses that I own here, what anti-racism means to me in that field is that when I step on your doorstep, I just want to be seen as a qualified technician there to do a job, and not to be questioned in terms of my background, how educated I am in this particular field, and so forth and so on. When I know that my counterpart is not viewed the same way, right? So, and that's not about equality, equity, and all of those other things, nice things that people like to talk about. On the other side, in the tech stuff that I do in coaching and mentoring and so forth, that is also a little different. But we do face the exact same thing: is that you're really qualified to coach and mentor me. How or why, right? So, for me, I just try to not to be defensive and position it as, either you want to get ahead or you don't, or you want to learn something or take something from this or you don't, kind of thing, without being cheeky about it. But yeah, I'm still struggling, and you know me well enough, right? I'm still struggling to really answer that in terms of what that means. I'll leave it there.
And Rachel, yourself?
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Having a definitive answer, I mean, there's more than one answer. So I'm Rachel. Hi, thank you for coming. I'm an artist and arts worker. I work at Eastern Edge Gallery down on the harbor front. And so to me, in my area, in the arts sector, and particularly visual arts, I'm really interested in creating safe spaces where people from all different backgrounds and cultures will be treated fairly and their opinions are valued. And, you know, I'm grateful to work at a place like Eastern Edge because it's a place where I feel like we can have these conversations openly and safely. But, you know, the goal is to be able to have these conversations everywhere to that same extent. But yeah, no, yeah, every time I'm asked that question, I really don't know what to say all the time. It's so complex.
Why don't we move a little bit deeper, let's say into particularly the Canadian and Newfoundlander and Labradorian context. So I think we can all acknowledge that one of the common themes about how we see ourselves in this province is our warmness and our friendliness. And I think that we can acknowledge that that does exist, but not always, not for everyone and not in every space. And the more and more I'm in this line of work, I'm learning to appreciate the gray. A lot of the realities are not singular, nor are they binary. Santiago, since we pride ourselves on that friendliness, and particularly in this province, and even acknowledging the platform that you have had to do your line of work and even be acknowledged, recently winning a national award for his work. Congratulations on that.
Well
Thank you.
deserved.
So I particularly pose this to you as well because reflecting on a province that in one way gives you so much, what is the importance, why is it important to have conversations around anti-racism despite our perhaps biased perceptions of how we are as people?
Well, talk about difficult questions. I think, I think about the implications and the impact of racism in the community, and I think that the main thing that I have noticed is harm, violence. And when we think about racism, it's so easy for us in our community to say, oh, that doesn't happen here. Oh, when we hear perspectives of other provinces or countries, where we're like, oh, that is happening in the States, so far away from Newfoundland. And the reality is that that also happens here. Dr. Dutt was just talking about the incident with the Muslim girls that were hurt, like physically hurt. And that was this year. All of these harmful words that were written on a public space this year, right? Here in Conception Bay South, I believe. So I think that it is important for us to have these conversations as a community to say, hey, this is also happening here. And how do we understand, how do we identify the problem and how do we address it in an actionable way? I think that these conversations are excellent, and we were talking about the learning and the unlearning, but also how is that manifested in action. I think a lot about that, and maybe it's because I'm a storyteller. I write down a lot of stories that I want to see on stage. So I think about that, about how do I turn this story, this character, my intentions into action. So I believe that talking about our community specifically and taking a moment and say, okay, this is happening here. How am I complicit? How am I upholding those values that are harming others? Anyway, end of thought for now.
I'm going to leave it open to our three other panelists and let you folks jump in at this question.
Interesting question. Raised in Toronto. I've been here for, it sounds like a massive number saying a decade. Lived experience is truly taught me something. In Toronto, I was very cognizant. I was very aware. I was very everything when it came to my skin color. I think I was maybe a little overly sensitive about it, to be honest. So moving here and resetting everything, I think I became what we refer to as being nose blind, right? To whether it was microaggressions and so on. And then I was invited to join ARC. And over the last 3 years, I have seen, the steady incline of incidences. So I'm personally responsible through ARC to respond to some of these things. So Manuel's River, we were there for that, and a number of other things. I'm not sure if these incidences are ramping up per se, or are they just being more they're more public, I believe. The underbelly has always been there, and it's there right across the country, and so forth. So as Newfoundland Labradorians, are they friendly? Yes, they are. And that's part of from my perspective, it's part of the issue, right? Overly friendly, this doesn't happen here. I don't want to accept this as our reality. Considering Newfoundland and Labrador, they do have a history. I'll go there. They do have a history with slavery, by example, right? Things like that. But you talk to older Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, like my father-in-law, completely deny it until you kind of show proof and so forth, right? It's not something that they've had to truly face or deal with to the level that they're having to do so today. And I think that's where some people in the province are struggling. Some people have kind of moved from other jurisdictions to sort of get away from some of those things. I know that personally I have, and then to be faced with them here yet again. But I've also learned quite a bit, not just about myself, but I've had to actually dig into Black history, and I don't like that word. I'm of African ancestry. It bothers me, that word, only because Black is not a race. It's not a place. It's not I don't know what it is. So my preference is African ancestry. So understanding that, you understand that, and then you understand kind of where the history of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and kind of their place in space, what they've accomplished, what they've done, and the kind of life that they've actually had to live. And there is a term for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians that some are aware of outside of Newfoundland and Labrador, and that is the N-word. And that's the same N-word that they refer to me as in other provinces. That was what was uncovered in Alberta, of all places, by example, and there was lots of issues in and around that. So the individuals that this happened to realized at that point, maybe we are not as friendly as we appear. We've heard the statements, they're coming here to take our jobs. But it's culturally, there's a cultural gap that some Newfoundlanders and Labradors, they don't understand, right? And so it's an education piece. Yet again, we're going to go back to that same word, Dr. Dutt, on learning, right? We'll go back to that same word.
I agree that, Newfoundland and Labrador is my home now. I was born and raised in Houston with family ties to this province, and I moved here in 2014. And even since moving here to now, 2022, 2023, I see such a difference. And yes, there's an increase in these incidences, but there's also, it's become more diverse in just that time alone. And I think at the root of it too, as you mentioned, it's an education thing. When you look at Newfoundland and Labrador, when you come from a bigger place like Houston or Toronto, that's more of a melting pot, I think it's an exposure thing too sometimes, especially when, you look at some outpour communities and it's, someone said earlier, not that it's behind in the times a bit with that where it's, she said it was new. It is kind of new here, this kind of discussion where it's so prevalent and it's an issue, it's up there, pardon me. And no, I think part of challenging those issues with the graffiti and whatnot is education and looking at the education system. And, you know, I feel like perhaps it's time to catch up the education system with some of the anti-racism programming that some other school systems have in other places that are more diverse. Yeah, and that's for all ages too, not just to educate young people, but that's definitely a place where it starts at, if that makes any sense.
I'm going to open the floor to Erica for this question on why is it important to acknowledge the underlying issues that still exist in our province despite our reputation of friendliness, and even what is at stake if we don't?
So having grown up here, I think it's so important to have the discussion because the racism was here when I was young. You know, like I think the violence, I've seen it against my family, but it's the microaggressions, I think, a lot of times is what really gets me. It's individuals who take our personalities as Newfoundlanders, as jokesters, and have lots of fun, and they sometimes use that to say very harmful things and not acknowledge, you know, what they're saying. I think the conversation has to continue because the more we talk about it, I'm seeing, you know, more people be open to that conversation as opposed to before. I felt like it was less, I guess, received. I guess the other aspect for me is that being Mi'kmaq here from the West Coast, our history, our, you know, the whole history here for us is quite different. And even being able to speak about that freely is, you know, liberating to a degree. And not like we haven't talked about it before, but I just find people are more open to listening. It becomes more difficult for the individuals who claim they're open and they want to listen about the racism or anti-racism, but then they still continue to perpetuate the harms. So that's very frustrating. I think that's one of the risks, that if we don't talk about it and we don't call it out, that's going to occur and you know, continue to occur for the younger generation. So.
Thank you. Let's follow with what Erica shared with us about that idea of microaggressions. So microaggressions are essentially small indignities that can happen on a daily basis. It can be in the words that we use, the actions that we execute, or the environment that we create. Research has shown that when people feel discriminated against, they become more withdrawn, feel less productive, and even less creative. We hear more and more about microaggressions in the media lately. I also study this concept, and we have lots of conversations around these, even more in these spaces, which is excellent. So these comments or actions, of course, microaggressions, they can be indirect or subtle. Oftentimes, they're done unknowingly and unintentionally. However, it still has an impact. I'll pose it openly to the panel. Can you speak to the impact of microaggressions on people personally and the impact that can even bring into your work or organizing space?
Like, the crazy part for me is like sometimes you don't even realize that it's happened to you or that it is actively happening to you. And you know what? Like I realize it later sometimes, and then it's like, oh gosh. You know how you like replay like arguments in the shower and you're like, I should have said that. It's like that. And then you just keep stewing on it, and then you dread being in that place again or getting into that situation again if it's at work, and the environment is just uncomfortable, and it's a distraction too, like to me, from doing my best in my work. And it just, it just creates
an unsafe, kind of uncomfortable environment where you just come to like, okay, I better get ready for the next time that happens. And you just, if you realize it's happening, it's not good. It's not a good feeling.
Just adding to that particularly, I think that when I was, I came here, I moved to Newfoundland and Labrador 7 years ago to pursue an acting career. And I was the only visibly diverse person. I was the only brown person in the program, in the entire, 4-year program. And a lot of the things that I was, asked to do, well, I do believe that I was taught how to be a white actor, not an actor. But anyway, that's another story. So one of the things that happened to me personally, and this, thing that you don't know that it was actually an act of racism, a microaggression until after. I have plenty of examples, but I'm going to touch on 2. One was at the theater school, there is this concept that you are, when you are getting ready for a show and you are hanging the lights in the theater, you need people moving in the space because, the lights are about to light the actors. And there's this practice called light walking, which means, like someone just walks around the space, around the areas in which the actors are performing. So I volunteered to do this light walking session. And the person who was running the room, the lighting designer or the technical director, I don't remember, or maybe I do, but I'm just blocking it for now. This person, when it was my time, and I said, oh, I can do that, and I was already volunteering my time. And they said something like, well, Santiago shouldn't be doing that because, he's brown, like his skin color is brown, and his classmates are white. And I was just like, well, okay, I guess I shouldn't volunteer my time then. So, that was an act of it was a microaggression, and that I didn't know, At the time I was just like, okay, but then it just like punctured me. It made me feel weird that, simply because of the way that I looked like, I couldn't contribute or I couldn't, and if my skin color had been different, I would have been, like, there wouldn't have been an issue. And that happened to me in school. There was another thing in the professional field. As I said, I was trying, I am an actor, but early in my career, I was trying really hard, as any other actor would do, I guess. But I went into an audition to a theater company here in Newfoundland and Labrador, out west, and it was an open audition, so we were all auditioning at the same time. And the director facilitating the audition gave me a scene to read, and they asked me to read a Newfoundlander and Labradorian as the character. But even in the way that this person handed me the sides to read in the audition, they gave me like the pieces of paper with a grin on their face, and I was like, oh, okay, you want to make fun of me. Because in the scene, the character had a very thick Newfoundland and Labrador dialect. So I thought to myself, Santiago, you're there. You're just going to do the thing that you came here to do, which is act. So act the scene, just do that. Don't worry about the accent. You already have yours. That's okay. Let's just focus on the scene. So I ended up doing the scene, and the director was surprised, I guess, that I was able to act. And they gave me a compliment by saying that they thought that my little Mexican boy would come out at some point during the audition. And they started laughing, and everybody in the room, because it was an open audition with like 15 colleagues, everybody started laughing, and I was just like, oh, well, I guess I tried, And at the time, I didn't have the vocabulary that I have today to have said, wait, that was racist, And because there was this power imbalance in the room where they were my potential employer and I was the potential employee, I couldn't have confronted them in that way. Anyway, so I talk about these 2 issues in particular because if I had, racism could have ended my career. Period. It could have really stopped me from doing the thing that I wanted to do. And I think it's so important to talk and identify those moments of learning, both for me and for the community, to say, this could have been the end of the work that I came here to do. The work that I passionately give back to the community, that could have been the end of it. And the thing is that not everybody can take these acts of violence and transform them into a flower, into something beautiful. Not everybody has that capacity. So I think that it's important to identify those acts of violence and learn from them, And I think that a vital part on anti-racist work is accountability. And accountability, the way that I see it, is an act of love, is an act of growth. I am telling you, hey, I think we can do better than what we're doing. And it's for the growth and the improvement of everybody. I am not here to judge you. We all make mistakes, and the key is to understand that we're all a part of the system. We can all make mistakes. We're all humans, right? So I think that is a very humbling thing about the anti-racist work.
And where we're all part of the system, I think, we need to see more of, okay, so you're the victim in this situation, right? And the microaggression is going on, and the prof is saying this stuff, and people are laughing along. Well, you got to have the courage to say, wait a minute, that's not right. Sometimes the responsibility is put on BIPOC folks, but it's not. It is a collective effort, and it's like, see something, say something. You know what I mean? It's So you do have to educate yourself on, okay, these possible microaggressions, but also have the confidence and the courage too, especially in places of employment, to say, oh, well, you know what, I don't think that's very appropriate, or I don't appreciate what you're saying to my colleague, or if you take it the formal way, that's fine, but, the impact of saying something immediately and say, stop, that's wrong, I feel like the impact of doing that will inspire other bystanders to snap out of that bystander bubble and be like, oh, yeah, you know what, that's not right. You know what I mean? And like, I'll go back really quick to, Newfoundland friendliness and stuff. And I have had people stand up, and it's great. And like, yeah, this stuff is, yes, racism has been around in Newfoundland and Labrador, but it does seem like this is a newer, resurgence of like interest in anti-racism. And like when I lived in Texas, now you know Texas, and so, and when I got here, just the fact that we're having this summit and we're having this relaxed conversation, and you guys are here and stuff, that wasn't going on when I lived in the States, so I mean, I think from what I've seen in my field and what's going on, I'm proud to be here and working on this issue and supporting this issue and helping educate others. I think, there's a lot of potential for Newfoundland and Labrador as a community, but it's having the courage to say something is a big part of it.
I always say that Newfoundland and Labrador, that's my home, and I'll defend it, to my last breath. This is where I live. I raised my daughter here. I brought a lot of family here. I've invested a lot in the province and will continue to do so, in every way that I can. That's why so much volunteering that I do here and so on. We have good days and we have our bad days. We have those days where, irrespective of the microaggression and what's said, it just, it's water off a duck's back, right? You pay it no mind. You're having a great day. But then there are those other days. Where the smallest of microaggression sends you into, a dark place, right? An unwanted place. And some of the microaggressions that, are, and as I say these, people will, it'll be like, oh, yes. I've been told, I've been asked, so how long have you been here? Oh, 10 years in the province. You speak very well for being here only 10 years. You're driving and so on. And I'm sure people are laughing in the room because they've heard this, right? They've heard this. I said, yeah, no, I've actually lived in Canada for 40, I don't want to say it. but way over 40 years, right? I'm in my 50s, so way over 40 years, and so on. But along with that, I am not, as a black man, I am not allowed to get upset, right? To show anger, right? Because we are automatically viewed as being aggressive for some reason. So,
There's already that pre-existing bias.
Yes,
And so
right.
even just the act of standing up for yourself can look different
Yes.
and pose different barriers. Yeah.
And that's one of the. But it's a conversation that I've had with my children, right? There are conversations that, as members of the BIPOC community, we have with our children about employment. You can't go like that to an interview. You just can't, right? Ensure that your shoes are shined, your shirt's pressed, all of these things, right? In terms of aesthetics, because you're going to be viewed, you're visible, you're going to be viewed instantly and judged instantly the moment you walk into that space for the interview, irrespective of being called there or not.
Might I say, Vincent might be one of the most well-dressed folks in the room here tonight. Very sharp. I love my clothes. I love to shop. I must say, I love to shop. I'm going on about 220 pairs of shoes right now. So, and then we'll go back. We'll talk about some of the things that we've discussed, right? So, if you're in a creative space, having a little different of a name kind of works to your benefit, right? Now, in the professional sphere, whether it's banking or what have you, corporate, a more creative name, I don't like to use that, but a more creative name or non-conventional name it does kind of work against you. So same thing, as parents, right? As an old guy, my children, I've purposely given them names so that there's no instant barrier for them. My sons, Devante, it's a French name, Quentin Isaiah. My daughter, Taylor Janae. Only because I've done that purposely, and I've been ridiculed or members of my own community have said that you're whitewashing your children, right? Or the name. I said, well, I'm not whitewashing anyone. A name doesn't have anything to do with their culture. I'm Jamaican. What I teach them, our food, our name has nothing to do with that, right? So you separate them. You have to separate. We separated those things because of some of the conversations that BIPOC community parents have to have in terms of going out looking for jobs. There's this new trend now, and Elon Musk, we have to thank him for this. He started this whole trend of putting his face on his resume. Okay, Elon Musk started that, so that's now a trend, right? That a lot of people do. So I decided that I was going to test that theory and see what happens. So Vincent Estick sends in a resume. Vincent Estick gets a call back because it's Vincent Estick. Vincent Estick sends in a resume, same company, different division, with my picture on it. Vincent Estick doesn't get a call back. So it is there. And how do you unlearn something like that? How do you put policies in place for something like that? As I said, corporate, if it's creative and so forth, right? It may be a little different, but why should it be?
I know. It is different. It's like, I don't know, I don't know. But like having, a white sounding name. I have walked into an interview and they're like, "You're Rachel?" They're like shocked to see what I look like. It's like, yeah. I know the look is something else, isn't it?
Our MC of the evening, do you mind if I share this anecdote, Barb? Oh, look, she's caught up in conversation. Barb Walsh, are you in the building?
She's there, she's right there.
So Barb has married a Newfoundlander, right? Newfoundland man. Would you like to come share the mic? Yeah, let's get the microphone. Okay.
And they would say to me on the phone, "Oh, Barb Walsh." They'd say, "Oh, Barb Walsh, you must be related to me. This is me. Yeah, we're probably related." This is on the phone. totally forgetting we had this conversation. They come into the office looking for me, and they're like, Barb, somebody's here to see you. So I go down, and I'm like, hey, Barb. Oh, you're Barb? Well, you're not related to me. I'm like, okay, but maybe my husband is or something. But it's quite amusing. And the same thing that Vincent said with our son, you know, I thought about names, and there was an era, a time where people were getting like names like, you know, Shanae. I just used that name because Martin did that, Martin Lawrence. But, you know, and I said, okay, what do we want? Do we want somebody to look at his resume and say, no, we don't want to give him a chance because his name sounds too ethnic or cultural? I did like the name Bryce anyway, but so we named him Bryce, and a lot of times he'll tell me, like he's in school now, and he'll tell me, oh, I got, you know, a call for this job, but when I went in, they were surprised to see a 6'5", you know, black guy with the name of Bryce, right? So, but it's very interesting. I can attest to what you were saying.
Thank you, Barb, for jumping in and joining our discussion. If folks don't mind, I'm going to pivot and continue this conversation with Erica. Speaking of barriers to employment, as we were discussing names and the impact and biases that we have around names, we know that we might be faced with barriers when trying to advance anti-racism. So that could be avoidance, denial, or even demoting it from organizational priorities. How do we initiate or champion anti-racism in our workplaces when the power is above our own authority or autonomy to implement? What are your thoughts, Erica?
I think that's a difficult question because a lot of times, you know, as an Indigenous woman, these power imbalances are in multiple ways impacting. You know, it could be our work environment. I think just trying to, again, have the conversations. But again, it becomes very difficult when you have the conversations and there's no change. Like there's no real movement or any real action that gets brought forth from the conversations. And it's really interesting to talk about microaggressions because as an Indigenous person here, they happen in multiple ways. And it's very interesting because it could be in the workplace or, you know, different places, but I wouldn't have said that you were Indigenous. You know, that kind of conversation occurs. But then at the other side of the coin, I may be asked to wear my, you know, blingiest earrings or to wear my beaded medallion or something to events or regalia where it's not even appropriate. So I think that's a difficult question.
How about our other panelists? Thoughts on how we continue to champion anti-racism, perhaps in a situation where we notice that it is not being considered a priority?
Anti-racism work is not easy work at all. And it requires a certain level of bravery, tenacity. And you've got to carry that with you irrespective of space and place. And I think that is the thing that, for the most part, I think that's what we embody, and that's what we hope to, that other people that do this work find it, you know, see the benefits of it, that they view it the same way. So irrespective of your level or role within an organization, it still boils down to a single thing. It's still your responsibility to call it out when you see it, right? Most organizations have a feedback mechanism or framework, you know, suggestion box and whatnot. And if you don't believe or see any action, well, then, you know, do you contact Workplace NL? Do you go to, you know, the board of trade and you know and you know start to initiate things that way? Every employee you know can do that. So I don't see it as an excuse. You don't necessarily have to verbalize it. There's forms of writing it down or suggesting things in terms of training. The classic, oh, there's no budget for this, there's no budget for that. We've seen that with the city. We've seen that with with the judicial system and so forth. There's no excuse. It's within everyone's grasp and reach and responsibility to call it out and see it.
Thank you. Yes. And yes, let's clap for that.
Yes.
I think that, Vincent, you said the word responsibility. And I think that that is so important to understand, that we're all responsible to do this work. I don't believe that it should fall on the people that are usually targeted. It's everybody's responsibility to create a space in which everyone can thrive. I think about, people in leadership positions have a responsibility to champion that. And I think that when it comes to anti-racism specifically, I think that it's important to normalize the language in conversations, in the framework. First day, sorry, my ESL, my first day of work, in a meeting, there's so many places in which you can champion the normalization of anti-racism in the workplace, provide tools, points of reference, where can you go and educate yourself. So I think that that is so important. I believe as well in terms of frameworks and policies. I mean, if we are already working in a colonial organization, if the structures that are upholding colonial beliefs, policy work is a way that, has existed to do that. And I think that we can also approach anti-racist work through policy. And what do I mean specifically when it comes to policy work? We find ourselves a lot of the times in positions of leadership that perhaps me that comes into this job has this strong anti-racist lens. However, if I step away from that position of leadership, how are we going to guarantee that the organization will continue that work? The key is policy. That's why we do it, so that it becomes a part of the systemic change within the organization. And in that, policy, you can specify in which, what are the tools, what are the procedures in which you can tackle anti-racism in your specific workplace. So those are the two things that I wanted to say about that.
You mentioned something really interesting that I just have to talk about. Leadership. I was suspended from Facebook a few times, pretty much calling out our political leaders for being weak and not being brave enough to do what needs to be done and say what needs to be said.
Do you mind if I ask, suspended from the Meta, Facebook app altogether, or
Yes.
particular groups?
Oh no, suspended from Facebook.
Okay.
My goal is to be suspended from Facebook at least once a month by some of the things that I post. So I don't post much anymore.
That actually
That's
leads,
cool.
continue, because that leads really well into our next topic.
So, leadership. So, most organizations, most leaders, they talk about this culture, right? Creating this culture within their organization, and the groundswell and all this wonderful stuff. You remove the leader, that culture should really remain within that organization. But typically, that leader builds that culture around their persona, their ego, who they are, right? And that typically, that then trickles down into management, senior management, and so on and so forth, right? That is the one thing that maybe it's because of being a minority that I always that I avoid, right? So when we build and when we coach and mentor leaders, CEOs and board members, we specifically address that in terms of who is this person? What are your beliefs? And you specifically ask them, what are your views on anti-racism, equality, diversity? Is it just a buzzword for you? And for them to say, hey, there is no such thing, or there's no systemic racism, when a leader says that,
Immediate red flag, right?
immediate red flag. That means they are ignorant. They don't have a clue in terms of what it actually means. So I've always said, and will continue to say, that changing this dichotomy, changing this viewpoint, it starts at the top because the change needs to happen at the very, very top. And that's that power structure that we always talk about. And the reason why it has to start there is because, believe it or not, all the policies that we want changed, right? Whether that's related to medical apartheid, whether that's they're in the Constitution. They're in various constitutions around the world. So if we want real change, in terms of employment, in terms of how we're viewed, being BIPOC or anything else, it starts there. Dismantle half the constitutions, right? That when you begin to look at those, the wording, we're already 10 paces behind, right? So when you mentioned leadership, that's what triggered in me that we've talked about some of these themes before, and that's where it truly begins. If a leader looks at himself and says, really asks himself, we look at the prime minister, we can look at the premier, health minister, justice minister. If you look at them, I'll call them out. I'm not afraid to, right? Don't just say you want change, but afraid to use the word racism, right? Don't say that you want to affect it and not actually put it in place. Don't say, put your money where your mouth is. Create the budget. If you can create a budget to, dredge the harbor, which is unimportant, right? Do things that are important. Look at education reform. I'm asked, how do we, attract more colored officers to the force? Simple. You need to look at the entire judicial system, right? The justice system, right? In order to do that, as a job, they asked me an interesting question. You have young sons. How would you convince them to become a law enforcement? I said, simple. I wouldn't. And they asked why. I said, well, because there's so much that needs to change, right? It's not just the aptitude test and all those kinds of things to get in there, but it's the academy. It's it's all of these things need to change. So it's not just a singular event. But yet again, I look at the Justice Minister for Canada. I look at him, and he is the one who would then, if he enables a policy change, things will change. Things will get done. All right, that's.
Oops. We need more BIPOC folks in decision-making positions. And that's a challenge in of itself. Say you have a board. I mean, I know some folks and they were the only BIPOC person on the board and they want to do this work and they want to make a change. But, then they're tokenized just because there's that BIPOC person on your board doesn't mean that this work is their responsibility alone, right? And getting in there and trying to get into these positions of power and providing opportunities for BIPOC folks to work their way up that ladder to be able to make these decisions and make these changes. But put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to do it, if you're going to say you're going to do it, do it. It gets a little old sometimes that we're going to do this and we're doing this and we're doing that. And phrasing is important. Sometimes you see news articles and they just skirt around racism and they skirt around the word, hate crime and hate speech and blatant racism. And it's, I don't know who they're trying to protect, I guess, but just.
Oh, I know.
Just call it what it is. There's no need to, the tiptoeing around that. It just, it hurts more to tiptoe and not,
You want to feel and believe that your contributions are valued, irrespective of where you come from, your background, etc. So, the light stepping, misstepping of calling these things out for what they are, by example, we don't have a hate crime bill. Why not? So, you look at they're trying to attract immigrants to the province. And it's work related, right? It's the capacity thing that we need, which is fantastic. It's great. However, there are no supports in place for building that capacity, right? Put the guardrails up first, and then slowly begin to build that capacity, right? let's just call it for what it is. We know what it is. We're not afraid of the words. And yes, it's uncomfortable, but it's where I think that's, if we start there, the conversations would be that much more, meaningful and progressive for us within the communities.
Being uncomfortable is part of the process of anti-racism work. In order to clue up our really dynamic conversation here today with our panelists both online and in person, speaking of progress, what is a key indicator for you of measuring progress in anti-racism work? Or what is one element of joy that you are proud of, an element of, or a particular landmark of your anti-racism work or work that you've observed that you're very proud of?
Protests. Like this year and last year, like, look how many people came out to that Black Lives Matter protest in 2020. We just had a couple of protests there on Iran, and there are human rights issues going on over there, and it's just so promising to see the entire community come out and, back these issues and support these people and what they're trying to fight for. And it's just, I don't know, it's very reassuring. It's nice. It is.
I'm going to give Erica a chance to jump into this conversation. What is an element of anti-racism work for you that you indicate as success, or a landmark item that you're proud of? Just give a moment there. Okay, well, we'll move back to our panelists here in order to finish up our conversation here today.
For me, it would be action, in whatever field you're in. I think that the way that thoughts and prayers are great. Thank you so much. I welcome them and encourage them, but I also want action. And I think that in the way that we really promote and address anti-racism in the way that we work is significant, the way, and I'm talking specifically from the arts, the plays that you're programming, the films, the stories that you're telling, your hiring practices, who are you getting on your team, how are you marketing your product, your play, your film, how do you talk about oppression, how do you talk about anti-racism? So to me, the key is in the action.
10 years ago, the commercials on TV, most commercials on TV were stereotyped, right? So, it was always, and I'm sure, I'm not going to give an example because everyone in the room has seen it. But what has changed over the last decade, though, is that I'm seeing more diverse commercials.
More like mixed couples.
Yes, more mixed couples.
Mixed kids is great.
Mixed kids, mixed couples, but it's the way that they're mixing the couples. Because before, and I didn't want to go into the example, but before, they would always show, a white man with a black woman. Now they're showing the other way around and how friendly he was and loving he was as a father and all of these things. That stereotype, right? That's been reversed. I really enjoy and love seeing that. Some of the wins here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I'm only aware of them and privy to them because I sit on, right, with ARC and so on, is that we've actually had meaningful conversations with the city on the anti-racism task force. I've had meaningful conversations with the Justice Minister and the Chief of Police in terms of their plans and what they're hoping to achieve and do and so forth. We're having conversations which are great, but I've seen small bits and pieces of actions which gives me hope. Conversations around education reform. There's an action committee now, in place. So we're seeing these things, so that gives me hope, for sure. On the other side, as I'm the founder of the Aurora Black Caucus in Ontario, of all places. Why there?
Ontario's great.
Ontario's great, it is.
That's my hometown.
But we've recently been awarded, as ABC, the Queen's Jubilee pin. Right?
Congratulations.
For our work there.
Nice.
So, thank you. I'll relay that to the board. So seeing something like that here, ANC, ARC, seeing something like that here given out to an association, a BIPOC association, that would be phenomenal for this province, right? So yes, we've seen some great things, but from my perspective, there's so much more to come. There's so much more work to be done, and we're tireless. We're tireless. And allyship, that is what I wanted to mention. With the protests, the allyship that was shown, that was visible, we'd never seen that before, right? You go back 5 years, go back prior to George Floyd, right? So in death, great things do happen, right? And unfortunately, it took the death of this man for this to bubble up, and it did. But the good that's coming out of it, and it's that allyship is, and various seats. We've always said that we wanted a seat at that table. We're having those opportunities now from a board perspective and so on. But I think those have come out of what happened with Mr. Floyd, because we've never seen any of these things actioned previous to that. They were always talked about. They were penciled, not penned. Big difference. So that's what gives me hope. That's what gives me pause.
And on that note, I'm going to wrap up our anti-racism panel discussion here at Ideas 2022. Thank you so much for joining us and being part of this discussion here today. And during our next networking portion, we'll give you an opportunity to approach our panelists directly and ask them any pressing questions that you might have. Thank you so much to the three of you for joining me.
Thank you, everyone.
Erica
Thank
online.
you, guys. I must say that discussion was amazing. Today, people might look at me and say, you know a lot, but I've taken a lot away from you guys. I love the stories you shared, and I want to see progress. I like what's happening so far, but we have such a far way to go. So thank you guys, everybody. Thanks to our panel. Amazing discussion. Thanks, Renata. So thank you again for the rich discussion. This is indeed just a start for I. For one, feel inspired to keep talking about idea and engaging in meaningful conversations. Please take a moment to fill out your survey if you haven't done so as yet. Your feedback helps a lot, and it shapes the events and what we might do in the future. Also, please check out the art from our Corner Brook newcomers and from our Journey of Hope art programs out in the lobby. Now we are going to have music by Ana Luisa Ramos to set the tone. Miss Ramos is a part of the Brazilian duo Ana and Eric, who I've had the privilege again of interviewing. Ana, she's amazing. They arrived in St. John's, Newfoundland from Brazil after performing together for many years in folk and bossa nova projects. Ana Luisa Ramos and Eric Taylor Esquero have created a repertoire for the best of two worlds. The partnership started in 2012 as Ana was featured in Eric's folk rock project. In 2016, Ana released her debut album, with original songs written by Eric and covers of traditional Brazilian songs and a Gershwin Brothers standard jazz. Having performed in Brazil, Denmark, Austria, Portugal, Scotland, and Canada, Ana and Eric present a unique offering that combines folk, bossa nova, and Brazilian popular music, featuring original songs and covers in English and Portuguese. So, this has been a great day. I just want to do one little quick addition. I think it's the youngest entrepreneur I have seen. I just wanted to this young lady, I was so impressed. She started her own lip balm company today, and this year, and she is 10 years old. She's 9 years old, and she started her own lip balm. So I wanted to introduce everybody to her, but she stepped out for a minute. But while we're doing networking, she's busy. I know. She's taking orders. Anyways, this has been such a great day, and what a fitting way to end with music, food, and friends. Thank you, Ana, and thank you to AV, to the Idea Awards Selection Committee, our French language interpreter, Sue Crocker, and our ASL interpretation team from the Newfoundland and Labrador Association for Deaf and Interpreting. And this services and our performers and Music NL for their partnership. Thank you to the Emira Innovation Exchange team and the Red Oak Catering. Thank you again to all our sponsors. And yeah, just Renata just threw me off. But anyways, this is a time for networking. We have dessert in the other room while we listen to Anna and Eric. And everybody, thanks for being here today. Thank you. You threw me right off. People are going home after the hurricane, so that's why.